Good afternoon. Welcome back. We're going to continue with the demonstration of the system and also the review of Annex K requirement. Again, please stop me if you have any question or clarification for everything that we reviewed so far. Right now, we're in section 4.11.2. The system shall require input of the system provided user credentials after successful pre-voting authentication process. So that means that after we successfully registered and provided the KYC, we require to log in using a username and a password. And also we show how is that happening with two-factor authentication. So the question for the committee is, are we satisfied with this and can move forward, or questions?
Yes, okay, it's okay.
Thank you very much. We are moving forward. Subsection 4.11.2.1 and 4.11.2.2. If the overseas online voter was not able to proceed with the pre-voting authentication process due to the system error, the overseas online voter shall be allowed to pre-register to pre-voting authentication on site through a manual face-to-face verification at the polls. We also show this process, if that is okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
already done this.
And 4.11.2.2, after the manual face-to-face pre-voting authentication, the poll shall issue the voter credential for the voting purposes. We show how we can print the PDF and how we can send emails with the login. So that is okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm just reviewing to see if we have anything else regarding to the registration. Okay, nothing on my list, and we're gonna go, well, unless there's any section that we want to cover, we're gonna go to the voting process. Four point 11. 4.12.2. No, we have not. This is voting process on according to our classification. So Eduardo, if you can please start with the demonstration of the voting, and in the meantime, I will review the voting relevant sections.
Yes. We have here configured the user from email of acuna12 at email. And it's still, the voter is still logged in. We have done already the login process multiple times, but if you rate it again, or are we okay with the login?
For no. But what do you mean?
Yeah, we have demonstrated the login of the voter already, right?
No, we're okay with the login.
So you are now in open voting.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So that's why I was saying that have the login, and now we can proceed to vote because we have started.
Yes, proceed.
And Eduardo, I need you please to show the two elections, the test and the real election. We configured
Yeah, but
that.
the contest one election.
Okay, so show the voting right now, and then we show that it's possible also to vote on a test election and a real election.
Okay.
That's a different election event that we configure. Yeah, I know. We showed that, by the way, also yesterday, but we're going to show again that a voter can log in and you can see two elections. One is going to be the test and one's going to be the real. The real is going to be blocked or not per the requirement to vote, and the user can undergo a test election if needed. It's part of the requirement, but right now we're going to focus on the voting experience first, and then we're going to go back to the these properties of the system. Okay, so I think in this way, how many voters do we have? Can you show me that? Oh, okay. So, so what we want to do, we want to please continue with the actual voters. We don't want to deviate from this process. So please, who is now voting?
Well,
we logged in with who? Abigail. So Abigail, please come. You're gonna work harder than us today. And what Abigail will do, she will vote through the digital ballot. So if you remember, Abigail was authenticated using a username and password, and also through one-time password that was delivered to her mobile device. And now she sees the election list screen. So here she sees only one election, but there can be more elections, and she can choose to cast her ballot. And Eduardo, do you want to explain the voting experience?
Yeah, so she has
closer, please.
Yeah, so she has clicked to vote in the election that where she can vote. As I mentioned, there could be multiple elections, but in this case, multiple contests in a single election assigned to her area. Now, once she has clicked, first we get an instruction page that we can see here. The instruction page is just telling you that the process is very simple. You first select your options, then you review the ballot, and then you confirm and cast your ballot. So once you have seen the instructions, you can click in the start button.
Just another thing to notice that goes throughout the entire experience is the flow of the voting process. So you can see the breadcrumbs in the top. So it says that we were in the election list. Now we're going to vote on the ballot. Then we're gonna review, and then we're gonna have the confirmation of the ballot before we cast it.
Yeah. So please click in start voting. Perfect. So now you can here vote for. Just choose your options. Clicking on them.
So this is a ballot that have I think 3 or 2 contests. Eduardo?
3.
Okay, so we have 3 contests. First, we need to vote for senator. We need to choose 2. So Abigail is going to be able to choose 2 out of the entire list. You can try to choose more if you want. It's all configurable. If you choose more, we got. Can you choose for a second another one? So right now the system is being configured to allow you to choose 3, but also give you a warning. Okay, we can also configure to not allow you to do so. This is pretty much being configured based on the bylaw or the regulation of the election committee. Each election committee have its own definition of how it's been possible to vote or mark the ballot. So in this case, we show the warning. And please deselect the third option, so it's going to be okay, and the warning is being removed, and then you can move to the next voting. And then you need to vote for a party list. Eduardo, can you just take one step backward? And now you can choose one. Again, you can try to choose more if you want. That's going to show you a notification that you choose more than it's actually required. We can also configure if it's going to be able to proceed with a warning, or it's not able to proceed with a warning. In this case, you have a warning, so you just need to choose one. And then you can go down. And you have a few options. We have option to go backward. backward is the beginning, the instruction page. You can clear all your selection if you want. Very handful with it's very useful in large ballots, or you can go next. So you can actually see your ballot right now, make sure everything is okay, and if everything is okay, you're gonna go to the next stage. The next stage, what happened right now is that the system actually encrypted the ballot on device. So if you can go a little bit up, please. So what you can see here is your ballot ID. This ID is associated with the encryption of the ballot, and it's very unique for this casting, of the ballot process. So anytime she's gonna change her ballot or we cast the ballot, you're gonna get like a different ballot ID because it's re-encrypting the ballot every time. So in this stage, you can actually review the ballot. We also have the instruction that tell you you can review it and modify it if you are not happy. The way you modify it, you can go back to the edit, or you can cast the ballot. So right now you went back to edit it. You can choose another party if you want, and remove the previous selection, and then go back. And now we're also going to see it.
And the ballot ID change. By the way, if you go back and don't change it, change the ballot, still it would change. This is one of the requirements.
Yeah. This is one of the requirements, and this is also, it's very important in terms of security that the ballot is going to be encrypted on device. So the ballot doesn't leave the voter device in a clear text. Only the voters know what they voted for, and only the voter encrypt the ballots, and he sends us encrypted ballots. So now you can review it. You can decide if you want to audit it or cast it. Let's cast it. We can show the audit process later on.
Question.
Sure.
Here.
Oh yeah.
Hello. So.
Can we see the encrypted? Is it the file that is encrypted?
We can see that later when we do the process of auditing, and maybe for this initial case, let's cast the ballot and see the normal process that we will see in the audit, the encrypted ballot, and we will be able to download it and actually audit.
Yes, we will show you the encrypted ballot.
Is it in the actual location later?
Yes, this is also one of the requirements.
Yeah. Yeah. So please, please cast the ballot. So here we just see that we are already cast the ballot. We are in the confirmation stage. Just to remember, we did the login initially, and it's been a very pain-free process. You just enter, see the instructions, do the selection, review screen, and confirm. This is what we just did. Is the only thing an actual voter needs to do in the voting process, and it's very simple. And if the system is saying to you, this is your ballot ID, your ballot has been cast, and also if you click here in the ballot locator, you will be able to locate your ballot and see it as it was requested just a few moments ago. So if you click in the, if you click there, it will get to the ballot tracker or ballot lookup. Here we see the ballot ID that we saw in the review screen, and here this is the encrypted ballot. This contest. This is the encrypted context of the ballot, and also some information regarding the ballot, like the configuration. But the encrypted part is this text that you cannot decrypt. Obviously, you see it encrypted.
So basically, what you see here that the ballot locator is a different application. It's supposed to be a different application. It's a different module. It's not part of the system. And what it allows you to do, it allows you to take the encryption and make sure that you can find the ballot on the ballot box. Eduardo, can you please change one of the
please click
characters?
1 second. Copy. What we're gonna do is check that this ballot is located. But if we go and locate another ballot, we enter here the same, but Now let's change it. For example, we change this digit and put
So
1.
in a digital voting system, you have the bulletin board, as we said before. This bulletin board can be available for the public. It can be available only for people with permission. It can be not available. This is something that we can set throughout the project, and it's allowed the voter to see that is specific dedicated ballot with this specific dedicated ballot tracker that corresponds to the ballot encryption actually is on the bulletin board. That can also be verified. If you want to download the bulletin board and check it yourself, you can also do that, but this is the tool that we provide. And please look at the ballot.
Please.
So now just change, did you change?
Yes.
So right now what we did, we changed the ballot tracker and we cannot find it. And if we put the right ballot tracker here, then we will find it.
Another ballot.
Now, the way, so this is pretty much the way to make sure at any given time that your ballot is being kept as it was cast, because we have the ballot ID the way you cast it. We see that it's being kept in the same way. Now, this software is an open source, so people can actually verify that it does what it's supposed to do. And this is how you give the voter the ability to track their ballot.
The encryption for that is what is the encryption you're using?
We are using El Gamal with elliptic curves. This is the technical term of the encryption system that we use, and it's a very standard cryptographic system that is used throughout all kind of encryption. For example, even here with HTTPS, it's very typical to use this kind of thing. It's better not to use proprietary new encryption systems that have not been tested thoroughly by cryptographers. We have implemented our own cryptography based on standard models and standard cryptographic primitives.
So in the secure.
Yes.
Yeah. So for encryption, not just of ballots, but any kind of encryption, there is encryption libraries that are standard compliant encryption algorithms for this kind of data. In this case, it's El Gamal. And that's what is being used. It's also what we publish in our white paper of the system. So that can be also reviewed by cryptographer, and also what is the best recommendation today for online voting system. You will find that most advanced online voting systems are using this kind of cryptographic primitives. And that's maybe a little bit more explanation about the cryptography in the backend. So the entire voting experience is implemented with cryptographic primitives. So cryptography is being used for a lot of things. One of them is for encryption. The other thing is to make sure that we are shuffling and anonymize the votes, and that happens through what we call the mixnet. Some of the primitive is best to use on what is the standard globally, and some of the primitive we are develop our own because this is very unique just for online voting, like the mixnet.
How many voted? How many people voted do you have right now? Just one.
Three total on our system. 3.
No. For now, will you be showing is each ballot stored in a specific file that you can show us that it's the contents are really encrypted? Like how it is stored in the file system.
So the ballots are stored in PostgreSQL database. The backend of the system is storing most of the data in a database that is actually being provided by AWS, our cloud service. And each of the ballots is just an entry in the votes table of the database. We can also see in the dashboard already that we have one vote, and we can also see in the voter list. Not the content of the vote is encrypted. We cannot know, but we can see that Acuna email, is
Abigail.
yeah, it has voted. The user has voted.
I think also the members who want to see the database, maybe. Do you want us to go into the database to show you? Okay. So Eduardo will basically gonna go to the. We are good. We are good. We are happy. You just
It's there. Don't worry.
you just make Eduardo be more excited because now he can explain to you about all the technical stuff. So Eduardo just right now go to the backend to the database tool that we use, and he can show you the records. Of course, it's not being expected by the system admin to do. This is just to show that we kept the vote in an encrypted way. And again, our cryptographic libraries are also deployed on when you get the voting booth, when you get the voting application through the web on your mobile device or on your PC. It's also being downloaded. We also download the cryptographic libraries that use to encrypt the ballot on device. It's highly recommended that the ballot is not going to leave the voter device unencrypted. So this is why we implement this kind of method. And this is also the best part.
Hasura is the backend where all the calls go through. From the front end connects to like, for example, the admin portal connects to the database through Hasura. So that's where I can show you the database. So I'm going to enter the details.
So for now, we just showed one vote that's been cast by a user on the platform using the digital ballot. And we showed that this vote was encrypted on device, it was cast, it was located by the ballot locator. This is for the user to use as an interface. And now Eduardo shows that this ballot is also being registered in our database using one of the tools that we use on AWS Cloud.
Okay, we have to look for it because there are different votes in the previous election event, but it's one of these. 1 second. It was cast in the Berlin area that starts with this ID, so that's how I'm gonna find it. That's the one, the last one. Right, so this is the entry in the database for the cast vote. Has an ID related to the tenant because the system can be multi-tenant. To the election ID, not election event, is that the election event ID is somewhere else. And here is the content of the ballot. You can enter here to see the data more detail. So the data and the content is here. This is the ballot. I can copy and paste so you guys can see it. This is the content of the ballot, and this is the encryption that we saw before. Is it? I can format it a bit more, but it's not going to help. It's just in JSON data.
So what does that mean? It means that not even the vendor, not even us as a manufacturer, have any ability to see how someone voted. Okay, because it was the voter marked the ballot and encrypted on device, and it sent us an encrypted ballot. This encrypted ballot cannot be decrypted without all the trustee of the electoral board will come together and decide to decrypt the election ballot. So when we talked about in the beginning, in the first session, when we talked about software independence properties, and we talked about how the system can be independently verified without even trusting the vendor, this is what we actually meant. So you don't have to trust the vendor that is honest. The system implement mechanism that prevent from any admin or even the vendor itself to know how someone voted or try to manipulate votes. And this is part of the software independence property. Is that okay?
How do you propose to show the accuracy of the tallied votes? 'Cause, suppose we did not see the vote of.
Yeah, so that was, we will cover it today as well. This is part of the document evidence requirements and also what's done tomorrow. But
yes, I know. Will you be like doing a annual tally just for a simple?
yes, we will do it.
Okay.
So what I'm suggesting to do right now is to continue with the voting process. Eduardo, let's please make sure all the voters are voting on the system. We also wanted to show that unsuccessful registration cannot vote. So if you remember, Javier, right, was an unsuccessful registration. Eduardo?
Yeah, 1 second. I'm logging out as the previous voter because the voter already voted. So do we have Javier here? Well, I can try. There. I mean,
No, please bring Javier. So Javier, if you remember, Javier was trying to register before. We deliberately entered a wrong passport number of Javier, and he was unsuccessful to vote. Now, if Javier wants to log in and vote, what do you use?
Well, you're asked an email and password. Well, no, what password you tried, but try your email and password and see if it allows you to authenticate.
So in the process of the registration, Javier created an account using his email address, and he also set up a password, sorry. And then he had to go through a KYC process using his password. This KYC process was failed, and he actually didn't went through to the two-factor authentication process. So basically what happened right now is that Javier account is not listed in the system as a verified account, and he cannot log in. This is your password that you used before, and yes. This is your account. Okay, so thank you. So
thank you.
So this is pretty much very straightforward in terms of a voter that didn't complete the entire process of account, password, KYC, and two-factor authentication cannot log in even if he enter partial information and move forward with one other step but didn't complete the process.
Maybe now we can, in the other election event where we have two elections, one is test and one is not test, we can showcase what we were discussing before, that first you have to vote in the test election, only afterwards you can enter the real election.
Yeah, but yeah, we will show that, but let's please finish all the voters in this election. So if you can go to the admin console. I think we have 3 more voters. So we're gonna try to complete all the voting, all the voters to vote on the system. So later on, we're gonna also create a tally. And Jalad, if you can come, please. I think you're also registered successfully through a PhilSys, using a PhilSys ID. Do you remember your password? Do you remember your password? Okay, if not, you can recover. Okay, so what we want you to do, please, right now is to log in. Also, go through the
Option and to
please log in. Also, complete the 2-factor authentication process, and then just like Abigail, please vote the way you want. You can review a ballot. You can modify your selections, and you can also print your voting receipt. And even if you want to locate your ballot, you can locate.
okay. So next is just a similar process. You can proceed to vote. Yep. This is the instruction page. So you can review the instructions. It's just select your options, review your ballot, and then cast your ballot. And you can click and start voting. And then here you can see the ballot. You can scroll if you want with the there, yeah, and click the options and choose the options that you want to vote. Yeah, yeah. Do your
Vote for me, please.
Yeah.
Shy. Whatever you want. If you're happy, you can cast it. If you're not happy, you can go back and edit it. You want to audit it also? Also, if you can print the receipt, please. So
just downloaded the receipt. You can see.
This receipt actually give you the ballot ID, so you can remember it if you want to locate it.
And you can print this, of course, if you want.
Yeah, the election period is going to be for 30 days.
The candidates.
No, so the terminology is a bit confusing maybe here. There are 2 different kinds of vote receipts. The ones that we can use to manually tally the votes, which is, I think, the ones that you were having in mind. But this is actually just for the voter to track their encrypted ballot. Yeah, exactly. Just to track that they have voted, but not the contents. Exactly. Thank you.
So because the voting period is going to be for a long period, so it's going to be like 30 days. So you can just get the receipt that you voted with your ballot ID, and you don't know how you voted for, or you cannot prove the way you voted with this ballot ID because it's encrypted. But you can use it in any given time during the voting period to make sure that this ballot ID is still remain on the public bulletin board, and nothing has been changed.
Now in the admin portal, we can see that this voter now has voted, and if we go back to the dashboard, it's updated too, and we see 2 votes. Now the voters are actually assigned in 2 different areas, so we can see, we will see in the tally later that the tally per area is going to be different.
Yeah. So just not to be confused too much about what's going on, we set up a few multiple elections. So if you remember, we said before that COMELEC can decide if they want to have one elections for all the posts, or they want a different election per post. So if we choose the area feature, it means that we can have one election, and then each vote is going to be an area, and each voter is going to be assigned to an area, and each area, which is a post, is going to get his own ballot. So that is the configuration for a single election. The other configuration, as we showed before, is that we have a single voting, a single election event, which is the national election, and then per post we have a separate election. So in the second configuration, when we have one event but each post have its own election, each election gonna have to do their own key ceremony. So it's really, we have the flexibility in the system, and it have different meaning, and that's gonna have to be designed together with COMELEC, depending on the independence and the control level they want to create in each post. We don't know it yet. We don't know how COMELEC will decide to implement this. It's nothing, we can only speculate, but deliberately or non-deliberately, you can see that in all the election demos that we created.
Also, additionally, I don't know if you noticed, but here, since one voter was assigned, I think, to Berlin area, and the other is to Ottawa, one could vote in these three contests of the election, but the second one, the latest, only on two. This is also part of the configuration, as you can see, of the area.
Yeah, so again, we didn't create it like one scenario of how the election will be done specifically, but we use multiple options, but it just showed that we can configure it the way we want it to be. If there's any question, I'm happy to take, but if not, let's continue with the next voter.
So I think the next voter was Juanito. I don't know if we have Juanito here.
Juanito, not here. We have Juanito, or we don't have him? Okay, so it's gonna be only 70% turnout in this election because we have one voter that registered but not turned out to vote.
Log down.
Who's the next voter?
Yeah, 1 second. I'm logging in here. I think the other voter that we is this email +4, which is, I think this voter we didn't verify. So,
This is your email?
Yeah, this is my email. I mean, I didn't register. Maybe I can do manual registration.
Okay, so please do. So the next voter is gonna be Eduardo.
Yeah.
He's just gonna complete his manual registration and vote.
Yeah, we typically, just to be clear, in a real election with the COMELEC, pre-registration is a period that is then closed, and then you can vote. But in this case, we have not yet closed the pre-registration. Actually, you remember that here we can configure user registration and enable and disable it. It's still enabled. So that's why I'm going to be able to do it. So 1 second, and when I configure my user doing the manual verification process that we discussed. Then I'm clicking in the action to do the manual verification. is generating this and downloading this PDF for manual verification that we saw before. Oh, pop-up was blocked, but I can click on it. Here it is. Oh, I'm authenticated. 1 second.
Log in as a admin.
Yeah, yes, I'm gonna use another private window for some.
So Eduardo was logged in as administrator, so of course from the same browser with the same session, he cannot. It's not allowing to log in as a new voter.
Actually, I think it was blocked as the last voter.
Okay, so
Yeah.
sorry. So it was a different voter. So again, it's the same concept. So this is why you open a new browser that doesn't have this session.
Now I'm setting up the 2FA. After having set up the password, I just received only. Here it is, the code.
So just as a reminder, when I register voter face-to-face, we basically do the KYC process face-to-face offline, and the voter just need to update his password because his details were already registered by the poll worker, and he also need to set up his OTP because he's voting online. So the way to authenticate the voter after successful registration is using password and one-time password OTP to be sent to his phone number or authentication app or passcode. So Eduardo was successfully logged in. You can choose the candidate. Actually, you need to choose 2, but we allow you also to choose 1. So it's up to 2. We can set up to be mandatory, and then you can vote. You can review his ballot, and you can.
Maybe I do the audit.
Just a second. Let's do the audit in the end. We can create more voters, right?
And it's configurable also if I can vote or not.
Okay, so let's finish. We want to show the full process, including the tally. So Eduardo voted, and he can print into his receipt. He can look at his ballot, or he can just finish. When we click finish, we have redirection to any page that we define. So that can be to the COMELEC election page. That can be to the login if we want to have another person to use the same device. So it's really about what we decide. So in this case, we see the election dashboard. We see that we have 3 votes, but by 3 voters. The reason that we show voters and votes is that because we have the number of voters, but sometimes voter can vote more than once. So if we have right now we're in the election event level, so sometimes a voter can vote in a few elections. So for the election event, we're going to have multiple votes, but for each election, we're going to have its own election votes.
We didn't actually cast any votes for the Tel Aviv election. All the votes were assigned to areas that were assigned to the California Post. But
Okay, so thank you, Eduardo. We're going to try right now to go over all the sections in Annex K regarding the voting. But you know what? Before that, can we show the test? Because it's also part of the test and the test voting.
oh, sure.
So another requirement that we have is to, when a voter log in, and this is this is a different kind of setup. So when a voter log in, they can actually have 2 elections. One is the real election, and the other is the test election. So
Maybe one thing, since we already never mind. I'm logging in this.
So in the previous election that we registered everyone to vote, you know what? You want to create a new election in the same election event? Let's do it in the same election event. So it's really a matter of how we configure and set up. Okay, so in this election set, just call it Test California Post, please. In this election set, what we do, we configure another election, a test election, so that's going to be under the same election event. Again, it's really about once we're going to understand the COMELEC requirement and how they want to see the final results, we're going to understand what is the best configuration for COMELEC. So what Eduardo is doing here is creating another test election and is assigning the contest to the test election.
There are two contests for senator. One is in the Test California Post, the one that says actually Tel Aviv, and the other is in the California Post. So,
yeah, but just keep it as the same as the original ballot, please. So keep it a senator and a voter list and a party list. So no, not Senator Tel Aviv, Senator regular, yes. And so that's going to be the same. In the previous ballot, we just voted for two.
I'm choosing all right now. I'm choosing all the contests because depending on the contests have associated in this case elections. So that's why I'm choosing all of them.
Okay.
So when I publish the ballot, I can vote in all the two elections.
Okay.
Now, of course, we have to publish the ballot because we have changed the name, for example, of the post. And I'm going to use register another voter to this example.
Okay, so what we're going to show right now is that for the same election event, we also created a test election. We just use a pre-configured election to do it in order not to create it from the beginning. And Eduardo will add, since all voters that we have access to actually voted, so Eduardo will create another voter to the system, and this voter is going to be able to, well, we first have to pre-register them. And this voter is going to be able to log into the system and get into the election list page, and then he's going to see two elections. So he can undergo a test election that is going to be separate from the real election that is being running for the national election. You have to go to a different browser.
So I'm going to do the manual, since I'm not doing the KYC, we have done that before. I'm doing the manual registration for this new voter again, but this is a new voter. And now I'm authenticating as this voter that has this other email, which still reaches my inbox. So you can see here that in this Tel Aviv area that this voter is assigned, I can see two different elections, but the one that is the real one that doesn't say test is not enabled. I cannot click to vote because the way we have configured the system, and again, this is of course configurable because in the requirement says for not. Only if I vote in the test, an election that says test, only after that I can actually vote in the real election. So I'm gonna go through and vote in the test election. That, if you remember, I had these three candidates, and I'm going to cast the ballot. The ballot has been cast, and then now we see that I voted in the test election. It's set here, and the other real election, it's now enabled, and now I can vote.
Yeah. Please vote. And basically, Eduardo decided what kind of content is going to be on each ballot. In this case, we choose different contents for the test election. But in this ballot, we had what we showed before. That can be also, we choose and configure. It's pretty much what we can do in the system in terms of configuration.
By the way, since I have voted already in the two elections, I can vote. Now, after clicking finish, instead of going back to the election list, I'm just logged out.
Because we don't have any more election to vote for. So going back to the Annex K, first of all, are there any questions on the process?
None, sir. Shall we go back to Annex K?
Yes.
4.12.1.
Yeah, but maybe before that, can you please take a look on page 11, section 3? That is the test voting option. And if the committee is satisfied, we can check this section 2.
What number?
So that's going to be page 11, number 3, test voting. The winning bidder shall provide an online OVCS test voting system wherein a overseas online voter can familiarize themselves on the voting process, starting from the voter authentication prior to the voting process and the voting purpose. So that can be done the way we showed as part of the system, and that can also be done with a completely separate deployment, right? So if we are satisfied with this requirement, we can move forward.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. And we are checking this one, and we are moving forward. So please go to page 12, section number 4. Sorry, before that, section number 3.2. This is also related to the voting. It means that this is page number 12, section 3.2. This system shall make obvious the information that this is just testing and familiarity purposes. And as you can see, this can be very clear based on the title and also the description of the election. So if you're okay, we're going to check this box too. And now we're going to move forward to section number 4, the actual voting in the same page. So the actual voting, during the actual voting process, the OVCS must guarantee the following. And subsection 4.1, the OVCS shall be made accessible for use by approved overseas online voter based on the config setting in the election management system. We show that only approved voters can log in and not approved cannot. So if there's no question, we can check this one too. Thank you. 4.2, only approved overseas online voter can access the voting platform. We show this if that is okay. So we are checking this as well. 4.3, before allowing the overseas online voter to cast his or her ballot, his or her vote, sorry, the OVCS must verify the identity of the eligibility of the overseas online voter. So the identity is being verified by correctly authenticate to the system, and also the eligibility because they are registered approved voters. So if this is okay, we can check this, or unless there's any questions.
You're taking for 4.3? Yeah,
4.3, correct.
we already cast the vote, so we'll proceed to 4.4.
Okay,
Implementation.
thank you, sir. 4.4, the OVCS must prevent an overseas online voter from casting more than permitted. So as you can see, once I cast a ballot on election, I'm not able to cast anymore. And if I cast all my ballots in all the election, I actually logged out of the system. So if this is okay with you, we're gonna check this and move forward.
Yes.
Thank you. 4.5, the OVCS must guarantee the non-repudiations of the cast votes. You want to extend this?
So this is the ballot audit, right? I was
So the OVCS must guarantee 4.5.
oh yeah. So the non-repudiation can open the. So the non-repudiation is used with signatures. So a signatures allows anyone verifying the signature that even if the one that is claiming that this didn't happen, the ballot itself was signed by either the system or the voter. We can see in the logs of the system the signature and the key of the sender and also of the system. So this is the way we provide non-repudiation by both parties involved. In this case, the ballot box and the voter.
You want me to share more for the documentation, or are we good?
Yes, please.
The document.
We got it. This is this is page number 66, if I'm not mistaken, in the documentation. Section number 2.4.5. The system offers non-repudiation feature of the ballot cast by ensuring that the vote cast is signed by a private key of the voter. And this is happening when the voter is logged into the system. So it generates private and private key, and they are signing the vote. And this is how we prevent from for a voter to vote multiple times and from ballot stuffing. This is also being described in additional information for mechanism that OLV has to unlink the voter vote from section from the voter vote, section 3.1, the use of anonymized voter certificates. So are we good with this
Yes.
section? Okay, thank you.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Are you assigning? Are you creating a unique digital certificate for every voter that passes the pre-registration?
What we are creating is the keys, a pair of public and private key. And with this private key, the voter is signing the ballot.
So that is what they use for the
Yes.
non-repudiation.
This is
Yes.
the digital
Thank you.
signature of the voter. I'm touching 4.6, although it's not voting, but just to keep the order, 4.6 is the OVCS must not have any knowledge of the overseas online voting credential required to protect the non-repetition of the vote. This is the document evidence section, and this is also listed here. It basically means that we don't know the digital signature of the voter. This is being generated on the voter device. So if that is okay, we will move forward. If you have questions, we're happy to take them.
Okay, 1 second.
Question. Does the system inform the voter that the system generate a non-repudiation something certificate?
It's transparent to the voter, but of course it can be part of the voter information campaigns, and also part, of course, in the documentation.
Yeah, typically, as you can imagine, most voters don't know or really care about it, but it's must-have feature in the system. So the private key of the voter is being generated on device in the backend. Can be explained to the communication to the voter on the educational aspect, but most voters don't really understand this concept, but it's still important feature to be in the system. So it's really up to COMELEC to decide if they want to communicate or not. On our experience, there's no customer that actually communicate that to voters.
Sorry, can you explain again your answer for 4.6 or for this one?
Yeah, no, we were answering.
Sorry.
Yeah. So about 4.6, which says that the OVCS must not have any knowledge of the credential required to protect the non-repudiation of the vote. This is actually documentation evidence here.
Yeah, so the section, this is a very short section. It basically means that the section, this is page number 66, section 2.4.6. The OVCS must not have any knowledge of the overseas online voting credential required to protect the non-repudiation of the vote. So this section basically means that we do not need to have this information, and we do not have. So let me see if I can increase it more. Over here, yes. So as I explained before, what really happened in the backend is that the voters' private and public key has been generated on the voter device by the voter. We do not have any information about the voter signature, and we do not need that in our system, and therefore we don't have the knowledge. So is that it okay, or we need to elaborate? Eduardo, take it from the technical side.
Yeah, so there are different ways to approach this. It's not 100% clear to me what it means here, so I'm trying to interpret. So first, the credential is associated to a voter, but the credential itself this is talking about the non-repudiation of the vote. So this is talking basically about the signature, and the signature is it doesn't have information about the voter. This is actually because we add the signature is not in a certificate with the name of the voter, etc. The name of the voter is in some other place. So this, I think, what we're trying to show here is that we are not revealing associating the content of the vote to a voter. I don't know if you were.
Just to follow on the recommendation, we said that the voter digital signature is being generated on the voter device, and it's not something that the system needs to know in order to do the operation. So if you can explain how the digital signature is being created and why the system doesn't need that information.
So when the voter authenticates, then the voter proceeds to the ballot selection in the voting portal, and then the vote is encrypted, and then to send the vote, we send multiple things. One is the vote is signed, the credential that authenticates the vote, and also we are sending we are not only creating the encryption, we are also creating the key with which this vote is signed. So this key is private there's a private key, the public and the private key, and the private key remains in the hands of the voter in the device, and we don't get to know it. So we get to know the public one, and we save the public key with which the ballot is signed, and we save the ballot, but we don't know the private key. And all this is generated in the voting portal.
So that was also explained yesterday. The way the system works is like voting by mail, if you know the process. So when voting by mail is being used in other places in the world, they always use two envelopes. The first envelope is the vote. Second envelope is the voter information that is sending the vote. And this is also what's happening here in our system. So when, so Eduardo, I needed to be on the technical side in case of explanation. Yeah. So in our case, the system generates the private and public key of the election. So the public key of the election is being published to everyone, and that is what's being used to encrypt the ballot. So I'm a voter, I'm voting on my mobile device or my PC, and I encrypt the ballot using the public key of the election. Okay? Now,
the private key, where will
the private key is being generated and maintained by the electoral board.
The trustees.
So we have a private and public key of the election. Public key of the election is being used by everyone to encrypt the ballot. Private key is only with the electoral board to decrypt the ballots. Okay? So this is how the election works. Now, when a voter votes on his PC or tablet or mobile device, is of course encrypt the ballot on device with the public key, but he's also signed the ballot. So this is the second envelope that he's using. So when he sends us the ballot, it's being sent in a signed way with his own pair of public and private key. So the voter signed the ballot with his own private and public key of the voter. And when we get the signed envelope of the voter, and we get the encrypted ballot. During the mixing process, we open all the second envelopes, we remove all the signatures of the voters, and then we shuffle and anonymize the encrypted ballots. So there is really no connection between the voter private key and the electoral process that is being done on our system. And this is how we ensure that only eligible voters that were successfully registered, successfully signed into the system, can actually generate a private key to sign the votes with that. And this is remain on their personal device. It's not coming back to the server. Their private key, I mean. explain it correctly as a non-technical guy?
Well, good enough.
Okay. I'm a product guy, I'm not a technical guy.
Are we okay? Yeah.
Okay, so that was section 4.5. Do we have any more question on this section? I guess not. We can proceed. Sorry, that was section 4.6 about the system must not have any knowledge about the overseas online voter credential required to protect the repudiation of the vote. Okay. We are proceeding to section 4.7. The OVCS must allow the overseas online voter to verify that their votes were received by the electronic ballot box that by means of real-time verification techniques. So when COMELEC wrote this Annex K, they specifically meant to have the ballot tracker, like we show, that can locate in real time the encrypted ballot on the public bulletin board. So if that is okay with everyone, or we have more questions, we show that as the ballot tracker. We good? Thank you, sir. So we can move forward. Section 4.8, the OVCS must provide the overseas online voter with a voting receipt once they have cast the votes and was correctly stored and accepted by the OVCS. So this is where we got a little bit confused with the voter receipt and the vote receipt. So what we showed before is that you can actually print the voting receipt with the tracking number of the ballot and also the QR code to search this tracking ballot on the ballot tracker. Can you just show maybe again the PDF?
I think I lost it. That is the PDF we show with the ballot tracker.
But it's downloaded, no? On your download folder.
Oh yeah, no, it was a link.
It was a link. Okay, so we can show it again if you want, but if you
Yes, yeah, can you show it again?
Okay,
And,
so what Eduardo will do just to
Actually, maybe I can.
can you print also the voting voting receipt?
so that's going to be in the tally.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's during the tally. The one.
So we have just to explain to the committee, we have two types of receipt. One receipt is for the voter. So when I finish to vote, I get a receipt that I voted, and Eduardo will show it right now. I get a receipt that I voted with my tracking ballot, and also, if I want, is also a QR code to the ballot tracker. So I can use that in any given time during the voting period to track my ballot. So this is the voter receipt.
This is the vote receipt from the voter, and then there is the other one that you probably have in mind, which is later when we do the tally and we have decrypted the votes. So we'll do that later.
There's two requirements. One requirement is to get a voting receipt for the voter. The second requirement is to have a vote receipt that the poll worker can print with the clear text ballot for auditing purposes, and that is happening during the tally ceremony because.
Sir.
We have questions there. Sorry.
I think what we want to see is that the voter's choice on the receipt, like if I voted for A, for B, for C,
yeah.
I should see that on the receipt.
Yeah. So yes, ma'am. So we're gonna show this, but this requirement 4.8 is regarding the voting receipt that once they have cast the vote. So this is. I'm just gonna clarify because it's a little bit confusing, but it's also very important. 4.8 says that the OVCS must provide the overseas online voter. So we are providing the voter. We're not providing the election committee. We're providing to the voter with a voting receipt once they have cast their votes and that was correctly stored and accepted by the system. So the voting receipt we provide for the voters must not contain any selections. It's only the encrypted ballot because we don't want voters to be able to prove how they voted.
It will be coercion.
So, I don't know what the other.
You can audit the ballot, and then you have to discard that ballot for coercion for privacy.
No,
That's something else.
So you can customize the voter's receipt or
No. Please let me explain this in a.
explain.
Once I'm voting, and what Eduardo showed here, Eduardo voted, and once he finished voting, he can put a receipt. This is the receipt for the voter. This receipt shows that I voted. I have my ballot tracker, and I also have a link to locate my ballot on the bulletin board. This receipt actually is for the voter, and it means that I voted. That's it. It does not reveal how I voted because it's not allowed to. If I revealed how I voted, I can prove and I can sell my vote, right? So we don't want voters to be able to sell their votes. So it's only about, I only get the encrypted ballot. And sorry if that is being complicated.
But in the voter receipt be custom select the
And then what you can do, if I give you a receipt about that you can, that I show your selection, you can sell your vote.
Because we have actually jurisprudence saying that we could our system right now we are generating voter verifiable per audit trail showing the receipt or showing the choices of.
So typically what I understand what you're saying, and let me please explain this because it's a little bit different than voting machines. In a voting machine, correct me if I want, but typically in a voting machine, I'm gonna mark my ballot on the machine, then the machine is gonna print my ballot. I can see how it's selected, and then I have to scan it. This ballot does not stay with you. It's going into the ballot box, and I'm not taking it out of the polling station, right? So basically what the machine does is the machine electronically mark a ballot, printed it for you, and you put this ballot into the tabulator for scanning. This is not a receipt. This is your actual ballot that was digitally marked, printed, and then sent. This is not a receipt. I'm not going outside of the poll station with this ballot. And of course, I cannot prove how I voted because I don't have any proof, right? In some cases, machines, especially in the US, generate 2 pages. They generate the ballot that you can see and also put into the tabulators, and also generate a receipt. The receipt does not contain your selection, but the receipt tells you that you actually voted and it was successful voting. So this is so in this case, since you vote online, Eduardo, can you go to the ballot? In this case, when you vote online, in this case, when you vote online, if you just, Eduardo, you can show like a voting booth. When you vote online, you mark your ballot and you send it electronically. There's no printing and tabulating of the ballots, right? Everything is digital. Everything happens remotely. So you vote electronically, remotely. It's being sent to the bulletin board, and then you get a receipt. This is the receipt that you actually voted. And this is the requirement of COMELEC number 4.8.
One thing, just not to confuse, we have what is called vote receipts also, which might be confusing this, for the tally. And from the election that we did yesterday, you can see here in the screen vote receipts, and this is this file that.
Okay, so right now we just to explain this concept, and I know it's a little bit complicated, but sorry for that. This is happening with two different parties, okay? Eduardo, show me the different receipt for a second, the voter receipt. This is a receipt that the voter gets after he finalized the vote. I don't see my selection. Once everybody voted, and once we finish the election, we do the shuffling and anonymization of the vote. The electoral board is coming together, we bring the private key, we decrypt the ballot, and we count the results. Once we count the results, the poll workers or the election commission, with whoever have the permission to do it, can you go to the second receipt, Eduardo? Have the ability to print vote receipt. It's not voter receipt, it's a vote receipt. The vote receipts are actually a clear text of the selection of everybody who voted, and what you can see that is completely anonymized. You don't know who this vote receipt. So this is actually the ballot that has been printed after the decrypted. They are fully anonymized. It's not related to any voter, but it's the purpose of this vote receipt is to be able to print all the ballots that was cast in specific polling station, put them eventually in a secure box, and have a better audit for the digital voting process.
And
Okay.
maybe it's actually in 4.8.2. The voting receipt must not allow OOVP to prove who they had voted for.
Correct. So
In order to prevent coercion or vote buying, receipt will only serve as proof that the vote was correctly stored by the OVCS.
can you go to the previous one? You are absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct, and I know this is new stuff and it's probably confusing, but you're absolutely correct. This is all referring to the we call it the voter receipt or voting receipt, but it's not the actual vote, the actual ballot.
It's actually your proof of voting, right?
Proof that I voted,
Yeah.
not
Your
our.
voting receipt is your proof of voting. So I think what you were saying earlier, during the tally, you will print the
The ballots,
ballots.
yeah.
That's your VVPAT. But
Exactly.
you don't print it after voting. The board prints it during or after the tally.
The system doesn't even have the ability because the vote is encrypted on the device and we receive the ballots encrypted. Only the trustees, when they do the tally ceremony, they can decrypt the ballot. So obviously the system doesn't have the ballots are encrypted until we do the tally.
So just to ask, and please, we can explain it again. Is that okay? Do we understand the difference between? Are we good? I can also show this on deck maybe.
Are we good?
Okay, so I actually wanted to open the deck, but it's okay. Okay, so we answer 4.8 that we provide the voting receipt, and 4.8.2 that this receipt must not allow the overseas online voter to prove who they had voted for and to a third party in order to prevent coercion or vote buying. Receipt will only serve as proof that I actually voted and my ballot was correctly stored, and this is of course the best practice for online voting system worldwide. And we go into 4.8.3, the voting receipt must not allow the vote to be correlated with the online voting. So again, we don't show here the content of how they voted and the name of the voter. So are we good also with 4.8.3? Thank you. Okay, so we are moving forward with the voting aspect, with the voting requirement. The next requirement is that we mark is on page 13, section 4.10.2. The system shall allow the SBEI to enter the credential before starting the voting. So this is happening through the login of the admin of the system. And this can also happen by a rule that we set up in the system. And we showed that before when Eduardo logged in as admin. So is that okay? Or if we have any more questions? 4.10.2. Are we good? Okay. So thank you, sir. We can proceed. I'm skipping a few ones just to handling the voting aspect. Then I'm going to page number 14, section 4.12. The digital or on-screen ballot presentation. So we saw the ballot before. The OVCS shall display the ballot to the voter after successful voting authentication process. We show that once you select the election, you can see the ballot. Is that okay? 4.12. I'm sorry, I don't have 4. I don't have in the printed. No, this is customization. I'm looking on the printed page, so this is not exactly the same. Can you maybe? This is what we got yesterday. So 4.12.1 is customization, and we are looking on the pages that was provided yesterday with the screening of only the post-qualification. So right now we're going to 4.12.2. And please tell me if I'm missing anything. 4.12.2 is the system should provide a user-friendly interface so that the voting process is intuitive and no previous training is necessary. So the people that voted confirm. Abigail, you also confirm that this is an intuitive, user-friendly process? Okay, so we have confirmation, and if that is okay.
User.
Are we good?
We're good then.
We're trying to make it this way. I'm skipping to 4.12.3. The start of the voting shall be recognized by the system using a postal local time. So accessibility, yeah.
4.2.
Okay, sorry.
Sir, audio instruction po yung 4.12.2.1.
Yeah.
Can you explain or discuss?
Yeah,
Yes.
so also please show
Show
the,
us what is
the plugins.
Yeah, so
accessible.
here in the requirement, can I have it here? Yeah. This is requirement 4.12.2.1. The system shall also provide audio instructions for visually impaired voters or be compatible with the screen readers applications for accessibility. So we have, maybe, I don't know if it's gonna get recorded well. but we have set up another browser with a screen reader installed. I think you can see here we are. It's speaking the computer. It has in this web browser that is just a Chrome, as you can see. It has a screen reader set up, and the screen reader is able to read the screen. And just pressing, this is how visual. Sorry, I'll try, but it may enter into. Okay.
Exited dialog. Start voting. Button section. Start voting. Button. Skip to main content. Skip to action. Do you accept amendment 49? Yes. Checkbox. Check. No. Check. Check. Abstention section. More evangel. Check. More information. Merlin sheet. Brina Bean. Checkbox not checked. Brina Bean. Checkbox not checked.
As you can see, the system allows the screen reader to read the names of the candidates and work that way. You would go basically through the whole list, because if you don't see, you have to go through the list, obviously. And then in the end, you can choose the options. In this case, it's an election where we can vote for different candidates, different contests with different configurations. If we go to the, for example, here, we can continue, and then you can click in here and continue, and well, it will encrypt the ballot, and then we proceed. So this is for the requirement of using a screen reader, which is the most used option by impaired visual, impaired visually impaired. Thank you, voters. Is the best option, because typically they have their computer already configured with the screen reader.
Okay. So that is section 4.12.2.1. The system shall also provide audio instruction for visually impaired voters or be compatible with screen readers application for accessibility. Do we have questions, or we are okay? We are okay. 4.12.2.2, the system shall also provide other accessibility settings for the user interface to the voter to other type of disabilities. So basically, you can also have more plugins of the font and size and contrast and all of that.
Yeah, I can show here. I think you can in my screen that we can customize the CSS of the election events, which allows us to, for example, increase the size or the contrast with CSS configuration of the election, and this way any voter can easily not miss what is written in the election. So this is even additionally to the screen reader. We want to make things easier for visually impaired or otherwise impaired voters. We can do even further things.
So this is the setting aspect of the accessibility. Are we okay? We can move. Okay. So we are moving forward for 4.12.3. The start of the voting shall recognized by the system using the post-local time. So Eduardo, please show the setup of the start and closing of the election. So what we show here that for per election.
Let me explain. So here we can set up the date and time of the election. We're gonna use the configuration in local time. Right now we're in the Philippines, in Manila. But if I set up this, for example, 16 hours 30, and then, sorry, I click in a new place. It's the start and date time. We save this. This is in the local time here, right? We save this. And then we go and publish the change, because this is a change of the election, so we have to publish as always. We will see when we click in publish changes. 1 second, is calculating the change. We will see if I look for start here. The start date before, it was obviously not configured. And in this election, the start date, if you remember, I think I put 16 hours 30, I think, but the system is calculating the hours as it's in the requirement from local time and calculating it and saving it in the standard international with time zone. So this is how we comply with this requirement.
Thank you, Eduardo. So unless if there's any question about the time setting per election per post, standard practice to develop a system with multiple time zones.
Yes, I get that, but I think this is related to the setting that you make in the EMS. So what is the effect of setting that date and time locally to the actual start and actual close of voting in a post?
So basically, the start and the stop will happen how the poll worker expects. That's I guess the intention and what actually happens.
The start and time of voting is dependent on what is set for the post locally, or is it dependent on the time here in the Philippines?
It's dependent on the date and time that the poll worker choose. So if the poll worker is using local time here, or if the poll worker is in the United States, for example, in Washington, and Washington, it's another time zone, the system will take into account that time zone. So it's not gonna start at 8 of today in the wrong time zone. It's gonna start in the time zone of the local poll worker.
Basically, the requirement of COMELEC for the bid is that each post gonna be able to set its own starting and closing time per election, of course, because the different time zones. So this is what the system allows you to do at the election level per post. And is that satisfying, or there are more questions?
Ask a question.
No, please ask.
I
We're
think
gonna
it's just we
try-
get your explanation. It's just that I don't know how you can demonstrate it now because you already started the voting, the demo with the time here.
Yeah, but we have demonstrated that we can set the time here locally, and the system, and in the publication it appears in the international time. So that we have demonstrated.
I think the concern is, and I think that is what the requirement is about. Like, if the start of voting in the US is like 12 hours later than the start of voting in the Philippines. Lumayo pa eh. Like on the same time here now, for any country, like voting can start here, but in another country it will start 12 hours after.
Yes.
That is correct.
My point was that will you be able to demonstrate something a scenario that is something like that like if you have two machines and one is set for another time zone, that voting will not really start unless you reach that local, you meet that local time set for the post.
So the way to prove that is that basically the system works on universal time, UTC. So that universal time UTC, this is the base time format that the system works and operate the entire system. So if you manage to set the time at the local zone and it's being converted correctly to UTC, it means that the system will operate according to this UTC that was converted from the local time zone. So this is pretty much says that the system will always operate correctly with a universal time zone if the conversion was done correctly, and this is what Eduardo just showed. So we not really have to create a scenario when we have multiple computers with multiple time zones and wait for the time to come. Then because
Time zone aware.
yeah, and that should be that is very clear on the system. And I'm sorry again. This is technical. I'm terribly sorry, but
And by the way, this is a Spanish laptop, and we change the time zone when we can hear.
so that is answer your question, or we need to elaborate on? Um, uh, sorry, ma'am. Are we good with this, or we need to elaborate more?
I defer to the judgment of the TWG.
Okay, so the technical work committee, we just showed that when you set up a time on the election, it's converted to a universal time of the system, and that is being stored in the system. So it means that the system operates according to the local time based on the conversion that was done to universal time format. So is that something that we need to show again, or are we good?
Come back to the
But can you clarify what is the question regarding this issue, please? So,
for example, start the vote at 12 o'clock. Another Saturday, the voting could be
yeah, so Eduardo will show it again, please, but I will explain. Now is 2:28 local time. So when he said the election, this is according to 4:30 local time, right? So
It's a relation.
for the 18th of February.
And then after the election, post can.
Seven p.m. 34 minutes. So the April 9th. He would show that the system converts this local time to a universal time format. The universal time format is the single format that the system works upon, and this is how the system knows how to start each election and each post in the right time, because it's all converted to UTC.
Yeah, the standard we are using is standard format for dates. RFC, I don't remember the number, and the set in the end, it indicates the time zone. The set means UTC. And as you can see, sorry, I was there already.
I mean,
Yeah, but no words. So if you see, remember we said 17 hours and 34 minutes. But right now, because it's the universal format, it says 11. So it has been converted to universal time, which isn't the time in which typically the system logs and the system itself works, because of course it's available everywhere.
Eduardo, can you show a calculator or maybe online calculator that convert a, a April 19, 7:34 p.m. to UTC? So we're just picking up right now a online converter. We're gonna convert April 19, 7 p.m. in 34 minutes Philippine time to a universal time.
So it's 11:34 as we saw before.
So what you can see here in the calculator is that the Philippines is 8 hour plus UTC. UTC is the universal time format, and UK is actually UTC plus 0. And when Eduardo showed before, Eduardo, can you go back to the publication? When Eduardo showed before, he showed that the time of the Philippines at 7:34 p.m. was converted to 11 a.m. UTC time. And this is the base time zone that the system works. And this is how we know how to start the election in the right time in any post.
And there will be one election or more per post. So each election will have its own time in their own rated time zone.
So this is pretty much the best technical explanation that we can give. So the question is, if this satisfy the committee, or are we good? Okay. So we are checking 4.12.3. We are moving forward, please, to page 15, 4.15, vote review. The OVCS shall enable overseas online voter a way of reviewing his or her vote selection or voted candidates and make changes prior to the vote submission. So during the voting experience, we show that you can review and confirm your selection, and also can go back and edit it if needed. That is okay?
Already confirmed, sir.
Thank you, sir. Then I'm continuing to 4.16, vote check. The OVCS shall able to notify the voter of undervotes or absentation made on the voted ballot. So I think when Abigail voted, we also show in real time that if you vote more than it's recommended, the system notify you, but not preventing you in this configuration. So if that is okay, we can check this. If this question, we can answer them.
The undervote is not shown.
Yeah, so it depends on the configuration. I think in the configuration that we have.
So
can you show us again?
okay, so we're gonna show when we need to vote, but we don't select anyone. So that's gonna be undervote. And the system will tell you that you have to select at least one.
I have to authenticate to vote again. So,
But yeah, maybe we can also show them where it's that being configured. So they okay.
So I only allowed to vote in this election once, so I cannot vote. 1 second, I will have to change or either log in another election. Or
we're gonna have to add another voter and do again the registration. This is the process that was configured. And also, while Eduardo is being preparing another voter, if that is okay, we can mention section 4.16.1. The system shall inquire express confirmation from the voter after vote review via user input before submitting the ballot. So we show that you can mark your ballot, you can review it, and then after the ballot is encrypted, you can review it again and confirm before you actually cast it. So if that is okay, we're going to also check this one too. That is okay? It's 4.16.1. Okay. And again, I'm just checking another box. It's 4.18. 4.19 is also related to voting. It means that the vote record verification, the OVCS shall provide the overseas online voter the means to privately verify whether his or her ballot has been accurately recorded and securely stored. So what we're gonna do here, we're gonna also audit the ballot for this section. And securely stored, we already showed through the ballot tracker that is on the bulletin board.
so in our configuration, we were allowed minimum of 0 votes, so that's why it didn't show a warning when we did that. If we want to show undervotes, we can configuration. So for example, if we put a minimum of 1, we can save this, and then if we publish, of course, we need to publish any change as we have already established, then we'll see this.
So, we're gonna publish this update to the election that we must select at least one candidate.
Senator, yeah. And
this is for, as you can see, this senator, yeah. So as you can see, we can do that per any contest. So any contest can be configured by its own. So in this case, we configured the senator contest to have a minimum of 1. You are not allowed to not select anything. So when we're gonna publish this and Eduardo will go to vote, if he not select any candidate, any senator, the system would allow him. So this is where the system show you the warning.
by default, when it loads, it doesn't show because it didn't do anything. It's when you uncheck or it's when it's showing. In any case, all these configurations, there are different combinations of what you want to do and how you want it.
So we notifying the voter and the underline undervote, or abstentions made on the voted ballot. Is that okay? Okay, so Eduardo, please continue with the voting process, and now we want to audit the ballot. So this is related to section 4.18, vote recorded verification. The OVCS shall provide the overseas online voter the means to privately verify whether his or her vote has been accurately recorded and securely stored. Sorry, this is not verification, this is just recording. Recording is the ballot tracker. Yeah, so I'm just going to explain what I meant in my from my side. These two types of verification, we can verify that the ballot was encrypted correctly by the machine. This is a different section. This section talks about that the ballot was recorded correctly, and I can verify that privately. We show that in the ballot tracker. If you remember, we have the ballot tracker ID, and we can go to the ballot tracker and track my ballot. This is section 4.18. So if that is okay, we can move forward. Committee? Okay, thank you. Okay, still on the same page. Still on the same page, we are talking about maybe we can also just to say maybe we can also check on this section 4.19.1. Well, 4.19 is the section that says vote record submission and secure storage. This is true vote documentation evidence, but then the subsection 4.19.1 says that after voting, the vote should be encrypted and securely submitted to the central database and stored in an electronic or digital box in the post.
And it's also documentation.
It's documentation, but we also showed that in the database before, if you remember, that we're keeping the ballot in the database in encrypted way. So if we're good with this, we can check this. If not, we can go to the documentation as well. So please tell me if we're good. Okay, we are good. And then I'm just checking if this is the vote receipt. Okay, so I'm waiting with section 4.19.2 to the tally, where we're gonna show the vote received, even though we showed that before, but let's please finish the voting process before. So I'm moving to page number 16, section 4.19.2.1. The encrypted ballot shall be also submitted to the central database. This is also was showed as part of the ballot locator and database that we show. So we can check this one. In the same page, section number 6, generation. Okay, so now we're going to this is also tally. The vote receipt is the tally. Yeah, so this is also the tally. Sorry, I'm just updating my marking to a tally, not the voting. So everything is gonna be with the tally.
PowerPoint what?
Yeah, we skip that because it's a document evidence, but we can revisit that for a second, maybe. Vote integrity on compromising devices as a customization requirement. The OVCS shall be able to cast votes on compromised devices in a secure manner. Okay, so this is a very interesting point, and let me please first show the documentation and then also explain. Eduardo, can you help me with PowerPoint section? So in the documentation, it's page 74, section 2.4.17. So I'm gonna zoom in here, but I'm gonna move to page 74 in the technical reference document. Okay, so this is a very interesting section, and it's a little bit also technical. So vote integrity on compromised devices as a customization requirement. The OVCS shall be able to cast votes on compromised devices in a secure manner. It means that here we detail our response and also refer to two document general features of administration portal that specifically we talk about the ballot verifier function that we have in the system, and also everything that related to individual vote verifiability. So just to explain how it works, I will try to explain it in a very clear way, I hope. So if I have my device, this is my phone, and I want to vote on my phone, and someone compromised my device, COMELEC or the manufacturer have no way to know that, right? I don't know if some phone was hacked or not. So we need to have the ability to vote in a secure manner and maintain the integrity of the ballot. And the only way to do that, or the best practice way to do that in online voting system, is to challenge the device. So if you remember, when I vote on my mobile device, I mark my ballot, and the ballot is being encrypted on device. And then it's being sent encrypted. So if I know that the ballot was encrypted correctly, then I'm okay, because I see the ballot that was sent, and I can press it back to the bulletin board and see that it was recorded correctly. But how do I know that the ballot was encrypted correctly? So in this case, I have to be able to challenge the device, and this is the auditing of the ballot. So what Eduardo, so I'm gonna get up, and I do apologize that this is a little bit more complex area, but this is just the way it's been done in the world. This is called, by the way, it's called the Benalo Challenge. Benalo is a professor from the US. He's currently working in Microsoft. He's the one that wrote the paper, and this is what the most of the this is the standards for online voting system on how we verify a ballot. So what happened right now is that this is the, if you remember, this is the review page. I committed for I actually encrypted my ballot on device. Now I can review it. Can you go down, Eduardo? So let's just say I don't know if I can trust this device. I don't know if someone hacked my phone or not. So one option that I have is to cast my ballot. If I cast my ballot, the encrypted ballot is being sent. to the ballot box and I finish the experience. The other option that I have is to audit the ballot. So I'm actually auditing my device. I'm actually checking if the ballot was encrypted correctly on the device. So Eduardo, can you please audit the device? And the way I audit the device, I'm actually checking the encryption. So in order for me to check the encryption, I have to discard my ballot, because otherwise this ballot is being, I see my selection of the encrypted ballot, is no longer private. So I have to discard my ballot. And once I agree that I have to discard my ballot, I can challenge this, and then I can recast my vote. So can you challenge this? So before Eduardo show how we're doing it, and even though I apologize that even though that we have a documentation evidence clause, I think it's important to explain this for the committee. So when I audit my ballot, I can go through the process. I discard my ballot, and then I can re-vote as many, and I can audit this machine as many times as I want. And my goal will be to see that the encryption that was committed and the encrypted ballot actually reflect correctly my selections. If the encryption reflect correctly my selection, I know that the machine is trusted. And then I could do it again and again and again and again, how many times that I want to. If every time the encryption was done correctly, I can trust the machine. I can trust my device. Okay, if I catch that, if I audit my ballot and the machine doesn't know if I'm gonna audit the ballot or cast it. So if I audit the ballot and the encrypted was not reflect my selection correctly, then the device can be compromised as someone trying to change the way I voted. So please audit the ballot.
Yeah, so to audit the ballot, we are downloading the auditable ballot that contains the information, not only the encrypted ballot, but for example, the randomness number that allows to encrypt the ballot, which is used during the encryption. There's basically two inputs during the encryption. There is the content of what you're encrypting, and also some random number. And this is the way how each time we encrypt, even if the selection is the same, the encrypted text is different, because there is a part of the encryption that is always changing, right? So we download that, and then, this is the first stage, first step here. And then we access the verifier that, there is a link here, opening in a second tab. And in the verifier, we have downloaded a file, and it has also two steps. First, drag and drop the ballot here. Then the second step is to actually enter the ballot ID that we had here, which relates to the encrypted ballot, technically the hash of the encrypted ballot. Basically, it's a commitment. The terminology, this thing is, I think, important for the committee to know, is the reason why in the review screen we are showing this ballot ID, which is a hash of the ballot, is because since we are showing it, the machine at that point doesn't know if you're going to audit or not. But there is already a commitment. So if the machine is trying to trick you, if you click in auditing, the machine is in trouble, because either if the encryption was incorrect, either the ballot ID is not gonna it's gonna match, but the content was incorrectly encrypted, right? So that's gonna not match, or either if the machine tries to, oh, okay, you're gonna audit, so I'm gonna change the content of the encryption, but then the hash of the encrypted ballot is gonna be different. So that's why we have these two things, and in the review screen we show the ballot ID. So we have entered the auditable ballot. We have entered the ballot ID. We click next, and then we see first the ballot ID that we got in the review screen and also in the audit screen corresponds, as you can see, to the one of the decoded ballot from the auditable file that we downloaded, and also we can see our selections, and we can check that. We can check if this selections is actually the one that we wanted to encrypt. And if those two things match, then we can trust this encryption. And as Shai said, we have finished this audit, but we can do it again as many times as we want, be confident that the machine is not compromised and the system is working.
We also provided part of the response. We also provided these two documents: the general feature of administration portal and the voting in the voter portal. So we have here section point 5.1 that talks about the ballot verifier portal and how's that being done. So this is pretty much the entire process. And also we have another document that talks about the individual vote verification model. So how a voter individually and independently verify that the ballot is being cast correctly. And this is also described here in this document, including the ballot verifier. So I do apologize, it's a little bit more technical, but this is how it's being done. And so if you have any questions, we're happy to take them. And if not, we are good to go. Okay. So that was 14.17. That was already done. So this is the okay. Just to finalize the voting, 3 more sections regarding the voting, if I may. Page number 19, section 12.10. And the system must not require voters to manually install any specific hardware or software on their voting devices to access the voting platform. So we show it's a web-based application and you use a URL, so you don't have to install any app. So 12.10, page number 19. I'm just trying to complete the voting experience. So we show that the voting experience the voting portal is accessible to a web URL. So we're good, right? That is 12.10 at page number 19. Okay, and then we continue to 12.11. The system must have capabilities to present the voter only the contests that are applicable to the voter based on the eligibility. So we show that each voter can see the contest that is relevant for the area that they are assigned or the election that they are assigned. So if that is okay, we can check this as well. Okay. And
so we're checking this.
Thank you. And the last section regarding the voting is 12.12. The system must not restrict voters to always use the same voting device for accessing the voting portal. So we also show that you can log into the voting portal from any device, pretty much, because it's a web-based URL. So we're also good with this, unless someone have any comment. So yeah, so this is pretty much conclude the voting experience. What is remaining from our side in order to present and go over, just to give a short brief. So just to give a short brief of where we are with the Annex K verification or review. We configured an election, we did the registration and the vote authentication and the voting process. What we would like to show next is a few more admin features that are required we're gonna show the tally and the vote receipt, and there's also requirement to see documentation evidence for multiple aspects of the system. So maybe we can take a 5-minute break and then continue.
Okay, let's have a 10-minute break. 10-minute break, is that fine?
Yeah, we
All
would do.
right, thank you.
Thank you.
issue. The floor is now yours.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone. We're gonna continue reviewing Annex K. And basically, we just to recap, we set up an election, we do the pre-registration process with the KYC. We uploaded voters, they were authenticated, they vote on the platform. So now we have a few voters that voted, and we want to do the tally process. So I will give it to Eduardo to show how we do the tally process of the election. And then also we will review all the sections that relevant to the tally.
Thank you. So first, we're gonna stop the election before we proceed with the tally. Okay, so we have stopped the election. Also, by the way, it's shown in the logs as usual. And we're gonna start the tally ceremony. So we choose the elections that we're gonna tally. Then the system is requesting if we want to start the tally ceremony. We're gonna hit as the tally session is created, but of course the trustees have not yet put. That's what we do now.
So just to explain a little bit how it works, if you remember at the beginning, when we set up an election, we have the electoral board. The electoral board have to come together, and the electoral board generate the election private key. The private key is being generated in a partial matter. So each member of the electoral board generates his own part of the key. Why we are doing it this way? It's more secure this way. So there's no one entity that have access to the entire key of the election and can decrypt the vote. So let us say in this case we have two trustees, two of them compose the electoral board, and when they generated the partial private key that was in their possession and also maybe kept in a vault as a backup, when we finish the election, they all have to come together to bring the partial part of the key, and we combine it on the system to be able to close the election and perform the tally process. So what Eduardo doing right now, he will log in as each one of the trustee, each one of the electoral board. Each one of the trustee will upload to the system their own partial part of the private key, and together they will combine the private key of the election, and that will allow us to perform the shuffling, the anonymization, and also the tally, the decryption and the tally of the votes.
So I have already restored the private key of the trustee 1. I'm going to log out and do the same process for trustee 2.
So that can happen, by the way, in the same room. That can happen remotely. This process can also be publicly visible by doing it with a room with media, by doing it by doing it in a Zoom that is recorded, and also, as we said before, we can have observers with just a view rights on the system that can actually see this process happening on the system in real time. So this is how we also have observability rights toward the election.
So I have done the process with the two trustees, the fragments of the keys. Here we see a check mark. So it means that, and it also tells here in text that 2 out of 2 trustees imported their key and 2 were needed. So we are good to go. So I'm still here logged in as the trustee 2. But if I go to the other, and that was in a private browser window. So I'm still logged in as admin, a normal browser window. And here we can see that we have done the ceremony. It also shows the green key, meaning we can proceed, and the start tally after having done the ceremony.
Okay, so before we start the tally, so right now what happened, the trustee come together, they upload the partial part of the key. The key was recombined by the system online, and now we have the private key of the election. So now we can start the tally. The tally, in the end, gonna do the shuffling, the anonymization, the decryption of the votes, and then the final tally, and then we can see the results. So basically, there's a lot of calculation happen in the background. The system, well, it's not the system. It's actually each trustee has its own server. They all work together to do the entire shuffling, anonymization, and decryption of the ballot. It's done in a cryptographic manner. To be more specific, each one is doing his own partial part of the process. And this is to maintain, it's an element called segregation of duties. So we have a distributed system with trustees that each one do a partial part. This is always maintained. This is to ensure that no one have a full control, no one entity or one resource have a full control on the system. And again, as much as more trustees that you have, the better. More secure, also take more time. So in this case, we started the tally. There is a limited, there is a fixed amount of time that need to be done. It doesn't matter if you have 1 vote or 2 votes or 1 million votes. It's still gonna take a minute or 2 at the beginning to initialize all the process because there are some mathematical calculations that have to be done in the background, and then we're running through the entire votes. It will take us around less than 10 minutes to count 5 or 6 million votes in total. Back in the past, was when online voting started, it was a few hours. But with the advancements of cryptography, the advancement of a cloud infrastructure, and also very related to how you plan your system and the architecture, it can take much shorter time. Are we done? Yeah, so that's finished.
So here we see the results. We see that the tally progress is a success for both elections. Of course, in the logs, this is also reflected. We can see the general information at the election level. So we see the number of eligible voters per election and the total actual voters per election. So for example, in the California Post, we had only 6, we have 6 voters, and out of 6, 4 voted, and then the percentage that these results for the test election, because of the areas that we assigned to each contest, there were only 2 eligible voters and only 1 actual voter, which is 50%. Then we have the results and participation for each of the levels, first at the election level, then divided by contest, and then for each contest, globally aggregated, consolidated results, and also per area, right? And we can export the results. Either there is a file, a target JSET file that contains everything, and also also per contest, and also even if we go to specific areas, per area.
Can we show the results, Eduardo?
Yeah.
In global, please.
Global for the California Post and for this contest.
So what are the results? Who won? Don't see from far away.
Yeah, so the results is in this example demo election, the Makati party got 2 votes, so that's the winning position, and the other 2 parties got 1 vote. So I mean, that's for the party list. Then we can see, I don't know, the senators, for example. And we got Diana Festin with 3 votes. Here we can order here. Diana Festin got 3 votes. Kai, you got 2.
Thank you.
And Chris got 1. Kenneth got another 1. Got 0. This is the case. Thank you. and everyone else also got 0 at the global level. And then, of course, if we go post area by area, we see, for example, in this area, total 1 vote. So basically, we can see someone voted Kenneth because there was only 1 vote. And we can continue for the different areas, like Berlin. Here we had 3 eligible voters, 2 voters, and we still see the results here for the specific area of this contest in this election. Right?
So,
and by the way, we can also download the results in different formats. For example, let's download it in PDF. And by the way, we have changed, I think you can see, we have changed the template that we use for the tally. We did a 0 tally, which is the initialization report. And right now we change it to show the date and time as you requested. So I think we are checking back that because the report is the same.
So Eduardo was managed to do that between breaks, but we basically added to any report that is being generated also the timestamp. And again, this is something that we can configure. We can decide how it's that going to be look like, if it's going to be more information or less.
Hello. Can you please print the reports, including both receipts that we are?
Yes.
Yes. So just to show that just to say a few things. One, there's a few levels of showing the report. One is over the system. Second, we can generate. Before we go to the receipt, Eduardo, please. So the first thing is that the results are being, of course, being presented on the system, but typically the system is not where you see the results. The results are being also always exported via PDF, for example, like Eduardo just showed. If you can show it again, Eduardo. Or in our case, the online voting is another voting channel, right? In the large election. So in our case, the election results gonna have to export it as an API to the AES, to the election management system of COMELEC that run the voting machine, and that's gonna be the source of truth of all the election results, and that could be consolidated for all the election. But of course, you can also see that individually on our system. So we expect that these results gonna be sent through an API to the voting machine systems, and then be consolidated and aggregated in the overall election results. What Eduardo will show right now is the vote receipt. So another requirement that we have for COMELEC is that each post and poll worker is going to be able to, once the election was conducted and closed at the pool level, they're going to be able to print, and Eduardo, we're probably going to have to print that as well on the second computer and when the printer, but they're going to be able to print the clear text ballot. So what you see here, this is what we call, it's not a voting receipt, it's a vote receipt. So this is the actual vote of someone. So someone actually voted for the Makati party, and it's not a blank, and it's not an invalid vote, and there's also a QR code. And show me the other selection.
Yeah, so this one, I think the template we have to improve because it's cut here.
So in this case, he voted.
No, this is another ballot because we anonymize the ballot per contest, not the
Okay, so can you show me a vote receipt with two?
ballots.
Yes, with two ballots. Okay, so here we have two ballots. One is for that voted for Makati. The other one was voted for the Pasig party, and that can be printed during the using the printer, and that is be serve as evidence for the vote that actually was cast in the poll station in the post. Those vote receipts they can be customized to define. This is what we call a vanilla version. It's just without any design and any customization, but they can be customized to fit automatic tabulators. So whether we use a tabulator that's scan in a high speed all those receipts and then also count them and compare them to the online voting, to the online results, or if that is being scanned through a system that just scans the PDF OCR system, they can be later on be used for audit and even for manual checking.
So we're gonna
For election protest purposes, can we, particularly in 4.19 point, considering that the ballots are encrypted, can we decrypt the ballots and then print them?
Yeah, this is actually the vote receipts are the decrypted ballots in a printable format.
But during election protest, shall be manually tallying votes of, or the different tribunals would be manually tallying the votes of the garnered by each candidate. So is there a possibility for the ballot to be printed so that the votes cast can be counted manually?
Yeah, so the vote receipts that we are showing here, this is what and they have a QR code, as you can see. This is what can be printed and then manually counted, because if you can see here are the selected candidates, and you can see, for example, in this specific ballot for this contest, the Makati party was selected. So this is one ballot, and then the other ballot is below here, and in this second ballot of another voter, you can see that this other voter selected the Pasig party. So this is what can be printed and then manually counted. And by the way, the presentation here, as Shai was saying, is just the vanilla version. For example, here we're showing like a box that is green. The QR code contains just basic information we can, which is basically the ballot number one and then the encoding. But in any case, all this can be customized. It was not defined, of course, in the RFP what is the format of this, but we can do that the project. So it can be in the format that is adapted to the manual counting.
Does that answer the question regarding the protest, or do we need to elaborate?
We're going to print now this.
So just maybe you can also elaborate a little bit about the protest. So the protest is when we have protests of people against the election, right? So you want to have a paper-based evidence for the voting, and that is happening after the election ends. Yes. Yes. So this is exactly what Eduardo showed. Typically, the counting going to be very, very fast, and then each poll station going to put their own ballots. I think this is how it's defined by COMELEC. Put it in the SMSGT. Can we get, please, the secured envelope? So we're going to put the printed ballot is in secure suitcase, sorry, not envelope, that can be tagged and traced. We need to define with COMELEC what is the right process to do that. It's not been defined in the RFP, but each post can get its own number, and they can use this lock zip code that are numbered lock zip code, and we use two locking zip locks to lock the suitcase. Yeah, that can be with physical lock and also with a zip lock. And this is how you have digital results, but also paper-based evidence that can be independently audited and counted separately. And it's also part of the procedure that each poll station can confirm that the digital results are the same as the paper-based ballot that was printed. So Eduardo right now will go with the computer that is being purchased for the pool stations. This is a Windows computer, ThinkPad, if I'm not mistaken, i7. It's being connected directly to the printer. I think this is the requirement, if I'm not mistaken, but it also can be connected wirelessly. And it will print the, do we want to print 30 copies? I think the requirement was 30 copies. Print 30 copies. No, so of the election results. But you can, yeah. So we're gonna print two things. We're gonna print the vote receipts and also 30 copies of the election results PDF, and both the election results of each post and the vote receipt will be stored in the secure briefcase. Eduardo, do you want the TWC to come and see it in person? No, they're good. TWG, sorry. You believe that the printer will print? It's a really good printer. It's the latest model of HP.
Yeah, we are now printing. There per area, sorry, per election, per contest, and per area. So go election, contest, and area. We have different results, and I haven't had the time to choose. And there is a PDF for vote receipts for each of those areas inside the contest and election, and the same for the results PDF. I didn't have the time to choose all those files, but if you want, we can do it. I'm printing 30 copies of one of the PDF of the results, and also a few vote receipt PDFs of one of those areas inside the contest inside an election.
So just in the meantime, to point the TWG and the secretary to the right section in Annex K that we are referring. So we're starting with 14.4 4.19.2, the system should generate and store an encrypted ballots that may be decrypted in a format that may be printed and scanned by another machine for verification purposes. In case, so this is page 15 and 16. In case of election protest, this is what you refer, Secretary. A strong cryptographic algorithm and protocol combined with public bulletin board and audit processes shall be implemented. So we show that the encrypted ballots is being stored in a database. We show that they can be decrypted with the election private key that is being composed by the electoral board. Once they are decrypted, we show that it's been generated and also printed as a clear text. This can be scanned either by a system that is called OCR that can scan text of PDF or by a QR code for verification purposes. And this is used, of course, cryptography that we mentioned before as NGAMAL. So please let me know if there's any question regarding section 4.19.2, page 15, or we are good with this, sir. Okay, thank you, sir. We are moving forward to more tally context sections. The next one is on page 16. It's number 6, generation and printing of vote receipts. Eduardo does show that, and there is subsection to this section. 6.1, the system shall allow generation and printing of the vote receipts after the closing of the polls, concurrently or per post. So we showed before that we can set up election per post or per general, and that can be printed according to the tally that we perform. So if we're good and there's no question, we can move forward. 6.1.2, this is page number 17. The printed vote receipt shall contain in a QR code the candidate voted and the other election information as may be determined by COMELEC and be used in case of recount or manual audit. So basically, we can encode anything to the QR code, as Eduardo mentioned, and that can be scanned by a machine or a software. So if we are good with this, we can move forward. Or if there are any other questions. Number 7, votes tally or tabulation. It's another name for tally. And then subsection 7.1, the OVCS shall allow the vote totals to be counted per candidate, per precinct, after closing the poll. So I think we showed that it's per contest, per area, per election. That can be all managed. So we show that and think we are good. Then we are in section 7.2, the OVCS shall ensure that votes total per candidate have been accurately counted and securely stored. I think we showed that in the system, but also this is something that can be verified by the election verifier. We show that in a different document. So maybe if you have more questions about it, we can explain. If not, we are good. Okay, good. So we're good with 7.2. And then section 8 is the result generation. And then we go to subsection 8.1. The OVCS shall generate the precinct results based on the configuration. So basically, the result is being generated as we show based on the configuration of each area that we show here, and that is being automatically created based on the election configuration.
Yeah, the precincts are equivalent to areas, basically.
So if we're good, we can continue. We okay?
Kasi the polls are presented status
You mean for internally or for
internet
for public? I think it was not part of the list requirements here.
No, I don't know this kind of requirement. But well, this is something that we can customize for COMELEC to generate like what we call another kind of monitoring report that shows which election is open and which election is off. This is something that we're going to have to customize. It's not really a lot of work, but it can be done. So this is section 8.1, sorry, the OVCS shall generate precinct results based on the configuration. So this is what is shown in the back. And we're good, right? Okay. 8.2, the OVCS shall be able to print the mandated 30 copies of the election results, ER, in the format required by COMELEC. So the question is, did we print 30 copies? Okay, so we are waiting for the printing to be done. And we're gonna go back to this. This is pretty much conclude the tally process. Once we're gonna finalize printing all the election results versions. And unless there's any question about the tally, we will continue to review more administration features that was asked, if that is okay. Eduardo?
Was a paper jam in the printer, so the basic we're restarting. Also, we have another printer. We'll print the 30 mandated copies for sure.
Okay, so can we move forward to other sections and while they are handling this?
Sure.
Okay, so are there any questions about the tally process so far? That's all right, and if needed, we can go back to this. So I'm going back right now to actual page number 11, where we still have some issues, sorry, not issues, some section that we didn't close in Annex K. So please go to page 11, section 2.7. Sorry, section 2.8. We're going to refer to that in part of the document. 2.7. 2.8, it's something with administration, with administrator portal. So the OVCS shall be able to provide the applicant user credential to approve applicants through at least one of the contact information they have provided, together with other instruction on the next step of process. So this is basically to send voters information to email or SMS, and I think we showed that we can do it with the email. So if this is okay, we are good, and if we have questions, we can answer. It's section 2.8. So I'm just gonna give a minute to read this, make sure that we are okay. Okay, so we are okay with 2.8. 2.9 is the OVCS shall enable the extraction of a applicant's records. So we need to show here that we can extract a record of applicants.
Yeah, so we can export the voter list.
Okay, so Eduardo will show that we can go to the admin console and export the voter list with the information.
And it's exported. I will open it now. It's exported in the CSV format.
So yeah, so this is CSV format. It's opened.
Yeah, we have information about, for example, the telephone, the area of the voter, well, the username, the email. We have also, because we have different elections, we have in this format, and this is customizable, but we have per election one column, and if the voter participated in the election, we have the date and time of the vote being cast.
Okay. So this is the extraction of the information of the voters, the applicants, from the system in CSV format that can also be done in other formats. We're good.
Sorry? Yeah, that's how. By the way, it was a bit difficult to decrypt because although it was in the documentation that we received, it said that it was encrypted with AES. Actually, it was with a precursor system to AES, and we didn't know that, but we kind of cracked it.
Yeah, it was.
It was David.
It took like 2 days to understand what went wrong in the encryption and understand what is the encryption system and decrypt it.
It was ring dial, I think is the name. It was a precursor to AES, and we just by chance we tried that, and it worked.
But it's gonna show you that we want to get the job done, not really to. Okay, so we're moving forward with the import section in page 11, section 3.1. The system shall made. This system shall be made accessible for the use by the overseas online voter based on the config setting of in the EMS OV. So 3.1 refers to section 3. If you can go up a little bit, which is referring to the test voting system that can be provided as a separate deployment and system or within the same system. So I think we already answered this, and it's of course it's accessible, but unless there's more questions, then we can continue. We're good. Okay, I see signals that we are good. So I'm moving forward. acceptance of the votes. So we showed before that we can configure when the poll is being, or the election of the poll is being open, and when it's being closed. That happens automatically unless we have any questions, or are we good to go? We good? We are good. So that was section 4.10. Another section regarding the admin console is 4.11.1 that says, in the same page, that says that this system shall make use of the online voter or overseas voter database of approved overseas online voter applicants. So we showed previously that Eduardo simulate how the overseas Filipinos worker database is in the backend system and being compared with the scanned IDs. So unless there are any more questions, we can move forward.
These are the additional copies that, because of the paper jam, we didn't.
Are we good with the section 4.11.1? So section 4.11.1, page 13, this system shall make use of the overseas voter database of approved overseas online voters applicants. This is in relation to 4.11 of the pre-voting voter authentication. So it actually means that we need to compare the during the pre-registration process, we need to compare the ID data with the data that we get from COMELEC, and Eduardo showed that we actually simulate that in the backend. We type in the data, and that is being compared. We also show when we enter a wrong ID or one ID number, it's being failed. So if that is okay, or we can move forward. If we have more questions. Okay, so we get okay. I also want to touch in the same page at section 4.9.3.1. If you go a little bit up, this is what we said that we can get back to. It's the OVCS shall generate an initialization report, which is like a result zero report per post that shall be promptly dated and time stamped after its successful execution. So Eduardo showed that, as promised, after 3 hours, he added the timestamp for the report. So this is something that we said that we're gonna come back to. So are we good? Can you also print them the initialization report?
Yeah, we changed the template and regenerated the PDF, so we can print it now. I'm going to show right now. So I think this one. I think this one we had the 0 votes.
So this is the 0 count of the election.
I think here I'm not. No, this one we didn't regenerate.
So I think you need to generate it again.
Okay, we can go to another election because this one already has votes. So we can go to another election that has no votes and then generate a 0 tally report. Right? No, that's not.
That's gonna take 4 hours, and we can reconvene.
It's only going to be 5 hours. No, it's okay.
So please, Eduardo, like to generate another election. It doesn't have to have a lot of context.
I think we have already, like, for example, this election has the keys, and we have,
Not perform a tally yet.
and we can perform a tally with.
Okay, so please go ahead.
Let me see if we have. This is the published one.
So until Eduardo is performing the tally that we saw before, it's just going to perform it again. The tally 0, which is the initialization of the election per polls. I'm just going forward, and we're gonna revisit this section afterwards. But I'm going forward to page number 16. Page number 16, section number 5, closing of the pools. The OVCS shall allow the execution of closing polls centrally or per post by the SBEI based on the configured setting in the EMS OV. So we show that each election that can happen per post or in a central location can have also a close date that can be closed automatically, and we can also close it manually, like we did before the tally. So if we are okay with it, or if we have any more questions, please let me know. So just to confirm, are we okay with section number 5, page 16, the closing of the polls on the election, either manually, or we also say that so that we can set automatically like we do the opening of the election? Are we good with? Okay, we're gonna wait a bit, and in the meantime, if you can show us also the tally 0, please. So Eduardo just performed tally 0
Printed.
right now. Yeah, it's the UTC time that was defined in this ballot. So it's the current time UTC.
It's just a template we can put time zone just in you to see.
So that is related to section 3.9, 4.9.3.1. So
Gonna print it.
we're gonna print this.
How many copies?
1. So are we good with the date and timestamp on the 0 of the count 0 report? Okay, So we're gonna continue forward, and we mark section 4.9.3.1, page 13 as okay. That's okay. Coming back to page number 16, section 5, closing of the pools. So we wanted to see that election can be closed manually and automatically. So are we good with this section? This is a question. Okay. Sure. Which page is it?
System lockdown for finalization.
Do you have the page or 1 point what?
1.4.3.
Yeah.
Yeah, the this section in the schedule that we showed yesterday, can show again.
This is 1.4.3.1, right? Okay, so this is page number 6, section 1.4.3.1, 3.3 and 3.4. So this is referring to enable COMELEC to set the system deadline on the system or allowed period for this event. So we need to show that we can set the deadline or the date for a lockdown, for start and end of test period, and start and end of the internet voting period. So Eduardo, can you please show this?
Yeah, so this is referring to a schedule that gets recorded in the system. Here we are, for example, setting the system lockdown, and we can set the date as usual. No, the 20th, 26th, and then we can save it. We can edit it also, and we can add more elements to the schedule. And it's as it says here, it can be also customized. If there is any other kind of event that you want to schedule that is not yet registered, you can write it down.
And also the opening and the closing.
It's also here, I think.
Okay.
Start and access.
Okay, there was a few more also other requests regarding the test lab and the test and the FTS that also was yesterday. So is that okay, ma'am? Okay. So just coming back to page number 16, section 5, just to complete the admin aspect. Can you go please down to section number 5? So just asking if there are any question about closing of pools that we show, opening and closing manually and automatically. You remember Eduardo said opening and closing of elections, so we good? Like, or we have any questions about it?
close the poll, what are the what can this is so like for example, can we generate still reports?
Yes, yes. We can still generate reports. We can still manage the voter list and access it. We can port it. It's just that if we have closed the polls, well, voters cannot vote. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is actually section 5.1. So Eduardo, if you can just maybe take an election or just close this and also show that we cannot vote. We showed this a little bit before, but we can show it again. So if election is closed, the voter, even if he's logged in successfully, cannot vote.
So we closed this election already. So if I authenticate as a voter here, I won't be able to vote. I'm of course authenticating, so the 2FA is still active. The election, it says, is closed, as you can see. It says that they voted, but I cannot click. There is not even click to vote now that it's closed.
So in this case, the system showed Eduardo that he already voted, and the election is closed. This is in red. Again, this is can be customized in terms of the colors, but he cannot vote. Even if he haven't voted, then it's gonna be, and it's closed, he will not be able to vote. So this is two scenarios. And then also, just to confirm, are we good with 5 and 5.1? Okay, so we are good. And 5.2, in the event that the overseas online voter has already undergone authentication in the system and still in the process of selecting his or her choice, the system shall promote the overseas online voter to submit his or her votes within the time allocated as determined by the COMELEC. Otherwise, his or her vote should not be counted. So this is pretty much the session that is being determined for the voter that is allowed to vote in.
So yeah, and let me explain here. So we have, I think I showed yesterday that it's configurable in the backend. Look, the session time. We have configured one election for this with a short session time, because otherwise, if it's 30 minutes, we will have to wait. So here where you can see that the logout button up here, it has a bar that is like blue, and it's, if you look at it, it's getting smaller and smaller. And if you go over it, it says that your session is going to expire. You have 2 minutes. When it's going to be, I think it's 30 seconds or something like that, which is of course also configurable. Well, actually less than a minute. Well, then it tells you it's going to expire, and it's notifying the voter that the session is going to. I think we are, with this feature, we are complying with this section.
Okay. This is section 5.2. So is there any questions, or we good? Questions? Okay, we are good. And then we are moving forward. Just revisiting section 8.2, page 17. The OVCS shall be able to print the mandated 30 copies of the election results in the format required by COMELEC. So we just printed them and we are good. Afterwards, there are three sections regarding the system logs monitoring. So that's going to be sections 10, 10.11, and 10.1.13.3.
The items and that the format shall be that which part by COMELEC. Once yesterday, it was imported. It was imported from the COMELEC. If example follows that format.
Yeah, so you want, just to be clear, the print exactly what the initialization report, or
Where you format of the election the template.
sorry, I don't know if I'm understanding. If we were given the format of the ballot, or
So I think the I think it's regarding to a COMELEC to define how they want to see the election results PDF. So section number 8.2 says that we're gonna the system is gonna print mandate 30 copies of the election results in the format required by COMELEC. So COMELEC can basically define how they want to see the election results format.
Okay.
we're okay.
Okay.
That'll be next.
So now we go more. We go. Yeah. We're okay with 8.2. Okay. Thank you, sir. Now we're going a little bit more in depth into the logs monitoring and infrastructure aspect. It's less the admin console. So section, the next three sections, number 10, 10.11, and 10.1.13.3. This is all on page 17. If you can go a little bit up, please. It's written customization, but I think you have like a note about the postquel.
10.
10, yeah.
Tayo po. Right side.
Ta-da. Okay. So election monitoring, it's customization, but says that during the post-qualification, participating bidders shall be able to demonstrate the OVCS capability for election monitoring. This is being done. This is also in relation to 10.1.1, the communication logs, and 10.1.13.3, the audit logs. So if Eduardo, can you please show the communication and audit logs of the system?
Yeah, so I think the easiest way to do this is to, for example, send to voters a communication, and then this should appear in the logs. So I think we'll do that now. This is just an example email to send a communication to voters. And well, you should give an email in a few seconds. I mean, I probably ready. Yeah, I received this email. And of course, I received it multiple times because I put my email some of the voters. So, and if we go back to the logs, here we have the same communication. So the logs also have the communication log.
So in the log after the tally was closed, we also send another thank you email for all the voters. And that was recorded in the system logs, immutable logs. And Eduardo, the second requirement is the audit logs. So during the post-qualification, participating bidders should be able to demonstrate the OVCS capability for generating audit logs as part of the election monitoring capability. I think we are seeing it live here.
Yeah,
So,
this is the audit logs.
So the audit log is pretty much audit everything that happened on the system, and I think
it's good. Sorry.
Sir, can you sort the files and then print
Yeah, let me try.
how many pages?
I think yesterday we printed it, but if you can
Yeah,
export,
yesterday we printed it.
but maybe we can also do it again.
So you want printed it or don't?
Great. So Eduardo is preparing to print you the logs. Can we say we are good with section 10, 10.1.1, 10.1.13.3? Well, it's the first line, the line before, and probably if you go down, there's another text parameter node on 10.1.13.3. More down, please. Everything is customization. More. The last row. So that's the audit log. And of course, COMELEC have different requirements for what kind of monitoring data they want to see during the project as part of the customization phase. But pretty much audit logs and communication log are pretty basic. So that is being required during the post-qualification stage. So are we good with these three sections? Thank you. And we're still going to need to bring you the printed logs. So we're good with section number 10, now section number 10.1.1 and section 10.1.13.3. I'm just going back to see what other section we have regarding the infrastructure, and then we're gonna have another section just regarding the documentation evidence. So we're gonna go back to please page 11, sorry. Page 11, section 2.9.1. The system shall facilitate the generation of backup files. So Eduardo, we're gonna go more into the infrastructure aspect right now. And we are talking about page 11, section 2.9.1. The system shall facilitate the generation of data backup files. So this is pretty much is being done in the back end of the system by the cloud infrastructure. We showed yesterday how we can set backup policy and data retention policy to AWS. But just to refresh what we showed yesterday, Eduardo will also show it today. And we created a backup for the entire system deployment and files. And that is also, of course, related to the wiping of this data. That also is being done in AWS post the election, of course.
So here we can see that in the AWS backup, we have a bolt, and here we can see that there are different snapshots of the different volumes and instances related to the deployment, and the snapshots can be either restored or they can be removed. There is
Just a manifestation. We received an email from no reply at Sequent.vote stating, hello, the electoral results have been calculated and will be presented in a conference tomorrow. Just a manifestation.
Thank you. See, this is the communication example that I sent. So with this, you can see that there is a bolt with the recovery points is full, and of course they can detect it, restored, deleted, and even duplicated copy. I think with this we are good with point what number?
2.9.1. So unless there is any more question regarding the backup, just gonna connect also to Zoom from my computer because we're gonna share documents now. So so just to confirm, are we agree with the backup? Or we have more questions? Okay. We are good. Okay, so just to go over all the section that was for today, we right now we just got left all the sections that require documentation evidence. So I'm going to page number 11, section 2.7. What we're gonna do right now, we're gonna show the right documentation per section. Yes. So maybe I need to show my screen for this. 2.7. So can you show me here, Eduardo?
Yeah.
7. So I'm just gonna show my screen. Okay, so the way we're gonna do the documentation reference, we have the technical requirement reference document that have pretty much answer for all of those sections. And then if needed, it refers you to the right documents that was submitted by in the bid. I'm not showing my screen. Really? Connected. Gonna work? Okay, we have this. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. Okay, so we are at page 11, section 2.7. The OVCS shall encrypt its database, particularly those containing personal identification information, P2, using at least AES 256 encryption. This is a document evidence section, and we referred the technical group to the technical requirement reference document, page number 61, section 2.2.7. I'm also gonna go here, this document. That's gonna be 61. It's close enough, we can see. Yeah, so Eduardo, do you want to explain this?
Give me a second. So basically, here in the documentation evidence, we are explaining that we are encrypting the database so that all the personal information remains secret and not stored in the clear. We are also encrypting the backups. So any backup of this database is also encrypted, and this safeguards the sensitive information against any unauthorized access. This mitigates risk of data breaches and ensures that the confidentiality and integrity of the voter information remains correctly maintained throughout the whole life cycle of the election process.
Yeah, and I think we also had the chance also to look at the database today, and so the encrypted ballots and also the encrypted information. So unless we have any more questions about it, or we can move forward. Question about the encryption.
A while ago, you said El Gamal. You said you're encrypting El Gamal.
We use multiple layers of encryption, and yes, that's correct. We use LGML with elliptic curves, but that's for the encryption of the ballots in the voting booth, in the device of the voter. So this is on top of that. So there is another layer of encryption at the database level, and that's with AES.
Okay, thank you.
More questions?
256 or 128?
256, yeah. It's done in this case by AWS.
Okay, so are we good? Okay, so we're good with this section. I'm moving now to the same page, section 2.9.2. This system shall enable COMELEC to wipe out all election-related data from its servers after the completion of the project. So this is also documentation evidence. This is being referred in page 62, section 2.2.9.2 to the reference. I'm just going to scroll down. And I'm going to zoom out a little bit, show everything. So This is also being done as part of the backup policy. I will let Eduardo, as a technical guy, to explain this.
Yeah, so pretty much this refers to the backup policy that we just showed before and also yesterday. We have backup policies that allows the automatic deletion of backups after a period of time. And of course, also after the whole election event, the whole system can be deleted. And also additionally, for example, the ballot box is going to be deployed in a data center and sealed, and we can control physically that process ourselves.
Yeah, and this is also provided under, more information is provided under the Secure Information Backup Procedure, Section 5, Sensitive Information Deletion Procedure in this document. I can just open this document to show. So there is a dedicated document that is in regards to the secure information backup procedures. And here we are also discussing who's responsible for the data and how the backup is being done and how the data is being deleted, and also what is the recovery plan in these kind of cases. So that is being described in this document, and also regarding the deletion, as Eduardo said, that is being done and configured on AWS. So if there's any more questions, of course, by the way, if COMELEC will require it, we can physically destroy the hard disk. This is also, by the way, a common practice in election to destroy physically the databases, the hard disk and the databases.
This case of the ballot box that we are calling.
Correct. And also we need to be informed that typically this data is being kept for a period of audit in case of a challenge. Any question about the data deletion section?
Okay.
Okay, so we are good. And we are moving forward to the next page, page number 12, section 4.8.1. The OVCS must allow the detection of manipulated or bogus receipts to prevent fraudulent claims by overseas online voters. So this is also documented evidence. I refer you to please to page number 67, section 2.4.8.1 in the technical reference document. Go down to 67. Two point 4.8.1. So this is the section that says that the OVCS allows the detection of manipulated or bogus received to prevent fraudulent claims by overseas online voter. We use that to detect fake receipt with a cryptographic algorithm that provides us verifiable evidence. So basically, if we have a receipt that is not correspond with the evidence that the system produced, as we showed before, as part of the universal verifiability properties of the system, it cannot match. So we actually comparing the number of eligible voters with the votes, with the proof, and with the receipt. So we are able to identify receipts that are not being produced by the system and are not being approved by that. So if you have any questions, we can discuss that, or if we're good, we can continue. Okay, so we are good and we are moving forward. We are moving forward to page number 14, section 14.13. Voter secrecy or anonymity. So the OVCS shall ensure that the voter identity is being kept secret, confidential, and securely stored. So that is being referred in the document to page number 73, section 2.4.13 in the documentation evidence. And we'll just go there. You want to explain about the secrecy?
Sure. So our system implements different measures for vote secrecy. The most important one is that we have a set of trustees, which is the electoral board, which are in charge of maintaining the privacy because each of them have a share of the private key of the election. So without the collaboration of the electoral board, no one can, no one, not even us or them, by the way, any single one of them can decrypt the votes. And this only happens after we have done the mixing procedure that ensures that the decrypted ballots, we are only decrypted the anonymized version of the ballots.
Yeah, this is also refers in the document that called mechanism that OLV has to unlink the voter and the vote, and it's just gonna open this document. And as Eduardo said, this is pretty much refers to the electoral board generating the private key and the mixnet to mix the ballots and unlink the voter the information from the vote. This is the standard practice in online voting system, cryptographic online voting system, and we talked about it also earlier and yesterday. So if we're good, okay, and if not, we can also give more information.
Just to say, this is actually a very important requirement.
Yeah, but we don't want to exhaust everyone here. So, yeah, question.
When do you do the mixing?
The mixing is actually part of the tally process that we have demonstrated. And if you code it at the top, when it shows the status, it shows if it is mixing, decrypting, or the results are already. So what happens is that the votes are sent to the trustees. Then we mix them, which is an anonymization process. So that allows us to afterwards decrypt the anonymized version of those ballots. And then, well, we do that, we decrypt them, and then we have the ballots without knowing this ballot is from who. So we have the ballots themselves, and then we count them. This is the process that we have shown before, and it's automated, but it requires the input of the private key by the trustees, the tally ceremony.
So during the voting, the 1 month long voting period, what is the status of the vote
So
record?
just to give the analogy, the system behave like voting by mail behave. So that's called a provisional ballot globally. So like in voting by mail, when I'm sending a mail ballot, I put my ballot in one envelope, seal it, it's anonymized, and then I put it in another envelope with my name. So the same happen as we explained before in the online voting system. I encrypt my ballot on device and then I sign it. So that's the second envelope, and then I send it. So during the voting period, the ballot is being kept in the bulletin board with two envelopes. The ballot is self-encrypted and the ballot with the voter's signature. And only when this is how we can also allow voters to ensure that their double envelope digital envelope is being kept on the bulletin board. And only when we finish the voting period and we are initializing the tally process, then we start a series of processes of shuffling, anonymization. Like we are, it's like in voting by mail. We actually open the second envelope of the voter signature or the voter name, put it into a box, check all the ballots. So this is shuffled and anonymized, and then we can actually open them in an anonymized way and count the votes. So it's pretty much the same process, only being replicated into a digital aspect, and everything is being done in a cryptographic manner that produce evidence of the correctness of the process that can be independently verified auditors. Sorry for the explanation that is technical.
Are you satisfied, or we want more explanation? It's okay.
Yeah. And, yeah, I'm getting better in explaining that from time to time. Okay, so we're good with this section, and then we are moving to to page number 15, section 4.14, vote sanctity. The OVCS shall ensure that recorded votes cannot be traced back to the voters. So we just explain that, and this is also part of the MixNet. Which page? So it's pretty much the same page, point 4.10, and it's refer you to the same document that we showed before. So if it's okay, we can mark this as okay and move forward. Yeah, this is already done. And on the same page, 15, section 4.19, vote record submission and secure storage. So this is well, actually, this is a section, and we have subsections. So just trying to clarify this. During the post-qualification, participating bidders should be able to demonstrate to the OVCS capability for vote record submission and secure storage, including vote encryption. We talked about it. We showed that the vote is being encrypted and kept in the database. Are we good? Are we good with this one? Okay, we're good with this one. Thank you. So, and we are going to the next page, page number 16, section 4.19.2.2. The generated encrypted ballots shall also be anonymized in a such way that the concerned ballot cannot be traced back to the connected to the concerned voter. So this is also documentation evidence. This is referred to page number 76, section 2.4.19.2.2. 76. 2.2, the generated. So this is again, this is related to the MixNet, the unlink, the connection, how we unlink the connection between the voter and the ballot, as we explained right now. And also this is referred to the same document. So if we are okay with this, we can move forward. Thank you. So we are okay. Then section 4.19.3. Just after, the system shall ensure the voted electric ballot shall be stored securely in a multi-layer of security with the provision of redundancy until such time that the polls are closed and the votes are ready to be tabulated. So yet again, this is, we talked about it in terms of the multi-layer security with the ballot encryption and the vote signature, but also this is being recorded on a bulletin board that is immutable. Also have backups and monitoring tool on AWS, like including firewall, like
for redundancy,
Cloudflare. Specifically in the documents. Yeah, specifically in the documents is the next section. So it's 2.19.3 in page number 76. And it's pretty much refer you to all the relevant documents in our board. We are moving forward to page number 17, section number 12. Other security features and functionalities. The OVCS must comply with the following security measures and other instructions. And then we are going on the subsection. So 12.1, the system must use client-side encryption and voter digital signature to protect the votes before being cast. So we talked about it quite lengthily today, but also just to reference to the white section, which is page 90, section 2.12 in the documents. So this is really the navigation document that helps you get a brief explanation about this section, but also what are the relevant documents. So page number 90 and section 2.12, which is this, the security feature functionality, the following feature. This is one, and the other one, this is 2.12.1 on the client-side encryption and digital. So we talked about it. This is also being explained in the cryptographic algorithm of the system and the individual vote verifiability. So if this is okay, we are good. You want me to show you? Or maybe I will just show the cryptographic algorithm because we haven't seen that so far. So in this document, we specify the voting protocol and the algorithm that we use in terms of the system. So we have here the protocol, what are the actors, what are the steps that we are taking to handle this, and also the primitive that we use, as the daughter say, El Gamal, show zero knowledge proof, and distributed key generation, N of K threshold, verifiable shuffling mixnet, Pseudon. This is more technical, and then I get into. But everything is here if you want to explain.
I mean, we are referring to this document. We could go through the whole document, but it's a bit lengthy. So, and maybe if there is any question specific, we can answer.
Yeah. So just to say, we show that the encryption is happening on the client side, and it's being signed by the voter, and that's being sent before we cast the vote. So that is okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So 12.2, the system must have multiple strong multi-factor authentication methods for authentication voters available. So this is a document evidence, but we already showed that. So I think we are good, unless there are any questions. Okay, we are good. 12.3, the system must use a unique voter digital signature for digitally signed voter cast. We talked about it. We use digital signatures. It's also in the document here. It's probably the same document, which is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just 0.2. 4.
It's 0.4. The system must use unique sign, and the document refers us to the mixnet, and yeah, so it's the mixnet.
No, I think.
Yeah, so that is the mechanism to unlink, and let's see.
there is a reference to this other document that probably talks about the digital signatures.
So this is the anonymous certificates. The anonymous certificate of the voters, which is the digital signatures that is being signed to sign the vote by the voter, which is here. Are we good with that? Or we want to?
Well, it's log of the other log you saw that it said signature and sender. And then, of course, we're also signing by the system. So we have two signatures in this case for the vote. I can show if you want. Second.
So just to clarify, what Eduardo says that the vote is being signed by the voter when he's sending the ballot, but is also independently signed by the system when it's been received by the system and being recorded on the bulletin board.
Yeah, exactly. So here it is, the sender signature and also the system signature. See there, and all the other elements, it has the same format: the sender signature and also the system signature.
So that is also being visible on the system logs. For each vote, we have the voter's signature. Okay. Are we good with this? Good. Okay, thank you. So this was section 12.3. We are section 12.4. The system must generate. The system must guarantee that all encrypted votes values have been unique encryptions, such that two different votes with exactly the same content have different cryptograms. So it's a document, but we also show that in the system. If you remember, every time that we went backward and changed the vote or didn't change the vote, we have a different encryption. So that was shown during the demo, and also maybe let's show the documents.
Yeah, so this 4, right? Page 92.
So page 92. 2.12.5. So this is the section that refer you to the cryptographic algorithm used within the system and the cryptographic model features. This is two documents here. The cryptographic algorithm used in the system and the cryptographic models. This is pretty much, those documents pretty much say that as we said, this is for the client-side encryption, and this is the models. So those documents pretty much said that the ballot has been encrypted on the client side by the voter device, and every time that the vote do any kind of action, we actually have to re-encrypt the ballot with, as Eduardo explained, also with the randomness factor. I'm not sure where it's explained here in the document, but it's here. Do you remember?
Well, I don't remember which part. I think it is just the way the El Gamal encryption works. It is basically a function and it has two inputs. One, what the data that you're encrypting, and the other is the randomness. Without the randomness, El Gamal doesn't work. And the output, of course, is the encrypted cryptogram.
Yeah. So basically, because of the Gamal function, every time that you re-encrypt the ballot, it's going to be new encryption because of the random factor of Gamal. So this is how we comply with this section. Unless we have any more questions about this. Oh, we're good. We're good. Yeah, so this is the technical stuff of the system. 12.5, the system must protect the privacy and the integrity of the cast vote along with the voter identity by cryptographic means to ensure that the votes cannot be tampered with during the submission, storage, mixing, decryption, and tabulation.
Yeah, so this is documentation evidence, page 92, and section 2.12.6. That's the one.
You want maybe to explain this more in depth?
Yeah. So there are different things being mentioned here. On the one hand, I think the privacy, we have established that we are using a mixnet to anonymize the votes. On the other hand, the integrity of the cast votes, we have also established through the usage of the ballot ID and the ballot tracker that the vote is being still recorded in the immutable log, and even the voter can check it. And then we also have the fact that we can have the election verifier that we have also mentioned before to verify the results. So these are the different cryptographic measures that are the standard for end-to-end verifiable elections. And we also refer here for the document's cryptographic algorithms used for within the OLB, cryptographic model features and mechanisms that the OLB has to unlink the voter's vote, which we just showed.
Yeah, so basically just to explain this in a very simple language, because I heard and I think we can give a simple language. The fact that the ballot is being encrypted on device is being sent to the bulletin board, and I can verify that it was recorded correctly. And then through the shuffling and the anonymization, I can verify that the process was done correctly through the verifiable evidence. All of these aspects allow me to know that the system maintains the privacy of the voter, but also the integrity of the election, because the ballot haven't been changed throughout the process. So with all those mathematical proof that is being provided through this algorithm protocol that we're using, this is how I can have end-to-end verifiability of the system and be ensuring the integrity of the election. Okay. So do we have any questions regarding this? So we're good? Okay, thank you, sir. 112.6, the cast votes must be protected against both external and internal attack. This is referred to page number 96, section 2.12.7. Yeah, this is
93, page 93.
So it refers to two documents that we already shared and saw. This is a security mechanism of the system and the security mechanism that are contemplated in the operation of the service. And it basically means that we have a multi-layer security levels from the ballot encryption to the digital signature of the vote, and then to the immutable bulletin board, and then all the cloud infrastructure services.
Access control.
And also access control. So it means that the ballot has been protected and encrypted, that nobody can access that. We show that in the electoral board, that nobody have, no single entity or no single source or module in the system have the ability to decrypt the ballots and also not change them because they are on immutable ledger. And also, as we show, we have access control that use multi-factor authentication. So it doesn't matter if you internal adversary or external adversary, even if you get into the system, it's going to be very hard to the impossible to change the votes of the voter or decrypt the ballots and also expose the privacy or compromise the privacy of the voter.
We're good then. Yeah.
Thank you. So thank you. We are good with this. This is pretty much the last page, so that we haven't reviewed yet. This is page number 19, section 12.7. The system must prevent internal or external attackers from casting ballots or adding votes from the voters that have adding votes from voters that have not participated once the election is closed. So this is regarding to ballot stuffing. Do you want to explain?
Well, this is regarding actually, it's explained in the next section. And I think we have established that when the election has been closed, well, the voter cannot cast the vote. I think we have shown that. I don't know if you want to elaborate, but we shown that, I think, 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, and also we we explained that in the documents that we showed the security mechanism of the system and the security mechanism that contemplated in the operation of the service and the immutable log, two documents. But basically it means that, and not just the voter cannot vote if the election is closed. So even if I have the credential of any voter, but let's say the election is closed, and now I have credentials, even I have the credential, the ID, whatever, of 100 voters, I cannot vote after the election was closed. And if I don't have the credentials and the OTP factors of those voters, I cannot vote instead of them because I didn't generate the digital signature that is critical to maintain the eligibility of the voter. So the eligibility and the non-ability to vote after the election closed pretty much prevent you from stuffing ballots into the digital ballot box after the election is closed.
Sorry, I don't know if I understood.
So if
now knows about the mobile numbers, how to now take the person of the one who
They once this person has been registered, they will need to also know the password. That's why we have 2FA. And if they haven't, yeah, then they will have to have access to the ID cards, or so there's always another factor to be able to authenticate.
Are we okay with this section? Okay, so we're good with 12.7, and we're going to 12.8. The voting system must provide monitoring logs that ensures that the detection of any anomalies during the voting process. So this is referred to page number 93, section 2.12.9. This is the next section, and we refer here to not just to the security mechanism of the system, but also to immutable log. And we show that every log, every activity of the system is being listed on the logs, and those logs can be monitored and produce alert for any kind of abnormal activity. And that have to be defined with COMELEC, what is based on the process that they will decide. So we already saw the document. So are we good with this, or we have questions? Okay. And also there are two subsections to this section. The system must ensure that the monitoring logs are tamper-proof and provide the non-reputations of the recorded audit information. So we show that those are tamper-proof log, and everything is being recorded, and you cannot add if you're not the system. Also, what Eduardo showed before is that every ballot that's being recorded on the system is being signed by the system itself.
Non-repudiation, the signature, it's what provides the non-repudiation.
So the signature is also by the system, not just by the voter. So are we good with this subsection, or we have questions? Okay, so we're good. And the subsection 12.8.2, the system must guarantee that the monitoring logs cannot compromise the voters' privacy and the election accuracy. So that was also shown by Eduardo, that the logs are pretty much encrypted, and we don't see the voter's name over there. And this is also referred to page 94, section 2.12.9.3, which is this, and also refer to the same documents that are the immutable logs and the system logs.
Yeah, the voter information, for example, the cast vote, the content of the vote is encrypted, it cannot appear, and also the personal information, it doesn't appear there for privacy reasons.
And of course, as we saw before, the data in the database is encrypted with AES-256. So are we good with this section, or we have any questions, please? The TWG or anyone else? We're good. Good, okay. So this is conclude, we can double check, but this is pretty much conclude the document evidence section that we mark on our side, but please double check me. Yes, so there is a question. I apologize.
Attorney Gerald has a question. I just for customization, of the system, because your authentication right now for the demo is sending the OTP via SMS and email, right? But your system is capable of doing a live selfie authentication prior to allowing a person to vote.
Yes, the pass keys, the option, the first one that appears that we shown multiple times. When this is when you use a mobile phone, this allows. This is basically the name, the technical name of the Face ID in the phone, and but in the laptop you don't use Face ID. You just use pass keys, which, for example, this laptop we would be using the fingerprint. It's a kind of a biometric system.
Even if the laptop has a camera?
It's just it depends. So with passkey,
depends on the hardware.
Yeah, it depends on the hardware and in the operative system. So typically, this is provided by the web browser. So it's a stronger authentication because it's provided by the web browser, integrating with the operative system with a key that actually is in a security module of the system of your hardware, and it never leaves that chip. So it doesn't depend on us, but it's actually highest security that you can use for a 2FA.
And we
but that's you validate against the picture that was submitted during pre-registration.
No, the validation is done by the operative system. So the validation of the picture that you are referring is for pre-registration in the KYC. This validation is a second validation after we have done the KYC.
So one process is how do we register and verify that you are a real person, that you have your ID in your possession, that this is a valid ID and your information is correct compared to the list. So this is the registration, and for that we are scanning your ID and you take your facial recognition, and then we confirm that you're a real person with this ID. And this is where we finish the registration process, the KYC. And then you have to authenticate. So how do you authenticate? It's typically with multi-factor. One factor is the password, the username and the password. The second factor is something that is more strong. It's biometric, or something that you have, like a phone or email account, or a authentication app. The biometric is actually being done by passkeys, which is pretty much the most secure way today to do authentication of a person. And that is being done, for example, by my iPhone. So once I register my iPhone to a passkey, my iPhone contains the private keys, my private keys for this system. And only when the iPhone recognize my face, which is the way the iPhone recognizes me, it sends the confirmation to the application that this is me and I can log in because I'm authenticated. So it replaces the one-time password.
Yeah, you're using the capability of the device to
That's correct.
recognize the face.
Yes.
And this is the best practice to do authentication, not a recognition of IDs and registration. For the facial ID in the beginning, for compare your face with the picture. Ma'am, is that answering your question or?
Yeah, I understand what you're trying to say. I was just trying to I was trying to work with his question like so you pre-register using your phone and then your phone gets stolen. So your SMS is here or something like that. So when when you deliver the OTP, when she takes my phone, she gets my OTP also. So that's
But
why
she
I was
doesn't have the password.
But this is why it's multi-factor.
that
So she needs to know the password.
yeah, but you know, we also some of us do the the practice of when you cannot remember because you have a lot of password. You put your password in a notepad. So it's most probably there also. So I was just toying with the scenario.
Yeah, this is something that, of course, we can discuss about, under the customization of the system, what other security measures we can apply. Also, we can set password policies. So if you're using a password that is not strong, it's not going to be allowed. And there are other ways to do it. But this, we can do only so far, right?
If you're collaborating with, if you're collaborating by will or not by will with someone that try to fake his identity like you, then it's going to be very hard to prevent you from doing that. Any more questions? Yeah, so if there's no more questions, I would just like to note that yesterday we done around half of the section in Annex K, and based on our record right now, we review everything and we comply with everything and we answer all the questions. That was for yesterday's session, and today's session we. Okay. So.
So, how can we operate viable, operate simple simultaneously? How would uh, will what simultaneously?
Yes.
What is correllarity? Correllarity to how many can the system now simultaneously?
Yeah, this is a very interesting question. So thank you for asking. We have automated systems to simulate the load of a real voter doing the whole process, authentication, casting the vote, even if you want auditing, and we have performed this kind of simulation with thousands of voters simultaneously, and this of course depends on the deployment, how it's configured, how much it can scale, but also the deployment systems that we use with Kubernetes scale automatically depending on the load of the system. And for example, just to give the example, the ballot box which is going to be receiving the votes has a minimum number of servers duplicated, so that if one of the servers is overloaded, the votes can go to the next one, and also just to ensure that a minimum level of services is supported, and when a lot of load is coming, for example, because the announcement or the start of the election, it will automatically increase the number of servers. So this way we can ensure, first simulating and also second automating the process, that whatever load we get, we can support it. And we have performed this kind of load testing and stress testing already in our systems, but of course, during the service of the project, we will perform this kind of test in the specific environments that we will deploy for COMELEC.
Just to say, we already tested the system between 5 to 10 million voters, so on our private deployment. That's the big benefit of a cloud infrastructure, that the resources that are being allocated for the system, both from servers, memory, computing power, can be automatically scaled. And there are many tools to do that. This is the best practice of SaaS solutions.
Yeah, this is basically what I was explaining, right? That the auto scaling detects load in the service and then adds more servers, more pods, more. It can scale horizontally or vertically. There are different ways of doing it, but bottom line is it will breathe, as you're saying, so it will ensure that the service continues normally.
So if there's any more questions, we are happy to take them. And we also going to allow time to the committee to review the Annex K and the comments. And Secretary, would that be okay if we go for 3 minutes and come back?
Checking.
Okay po. So let's have a break for a few minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you po.
Yeah. 5 minutes maybe? That's okay? Okay. Thank you. Yeah, there was a question, I think, from the technical working group.
Standby ba? Okay, question regarding general systems requirements 1.1.2. Can you discuss or by the way, it's a customization eh. Can you discuss the present information is not available if the present information is not available in case the imported data coming from the COMELEC?
1.1.2,
Yes,
page number 5, the general system requirement, right?
yes.
System and audit logs, files, generation, and review. Is that correct? Sorry, sir.
How can you provide these requirements?
Sorry, so just to verify, this is 1.1.2.
Yes.
So the system and audit log, files, generation, and review. Oh, yeah. So I think
Paano nila
I think we showed before that the system have audit logs. So with signatures by the system. So is that answering the question?
Actually,
Or maybe I felt I don't understand it correctly.
On page 4, please. Letter B.
Page 4.
It's part of the customization process, but I want to know about the offline feature of the EMS.
Got it. So sure, Eduardo can.
Yeah, so right now, because we were told that, and again, yes, it's customization that we want to answer. So because we've been told that you were going to ask about the offline, we're showing here right now the way we can deploy, and I just did it clicking in a button locally in my computer. So typically when you run something in your own computer, the URL is just says either localhost or 127.0.0.1. I can all the technical guys know this. I can just write localhost and it will go there. And that means basically that this is running in my own computer.
So maybe just give the context. The system is a cloud-based system. So it's been built to be deployed on the cloud and be scalable on the cloud and be available for everyone. However, we can also deploy all the system on single machine. So all on a private network. So what Eduardo shows here is actually showing how the system is being deployed on his computer, and this is what he's been using to develop the system. So we can actually deploy the system offline. In a typical, this is just the edge case. In a typical scenario with election committee, that asks the system to be offline, we deploy the system on a private network that is disconnected from the internet and will allow the election committee to manage the system offline completely from the external network. Now, in this kind of scenario, there should be also another step that need to be done is how the configuration that is being done offline is being transmitted to the cloud to be accessible by other voters, right? So this is also part of the configuration. But the idea is that the system can either be deployed on the cloud or also on premise. On premise mean offline. So this is, and what I want to show here is pretty much the far case that we deploy the entire system on a single computer as part probably of also as the development method that we have.
Yeah, so basically we can work offline on our own computer because actually that is how it is being developed. So for sure it can be done.
Yeah. I don't think the COMELEC will go to this scenario, but it is possible in if we design the system this way. So you had also another question from the TWG?
This is actually a question from Director Bolo. um, we're just curious where the data is being stored.
Sorry?
So where is the data, election data being stored?
So the data is being stored in the database, depending on what data we're talking about. But basically, we have a deployment of the whole system. For example, in the one that I'm showing right now, the deployment is in my machine in localhost. But of course, the deployment that we will be using with the COMELEC will be in AWS and in a region here in the Philippines. And inside the region, we will deploy different resources. For example, the ballot box, the database of the ballot box, for example, the PDF that are being generated, those will be stored in AWS S3, which is just for storage of files. And all that is inside the deployment in
Data
AWS.
center that is in Manila.
There is a storage facility of AWS in the
Yeah,
Yes.
it's called local zone. So local zone. AWS have a
local hub.
local zone. So AWS have also, by the way, Alibaba have a local zone, which is mean their own data center on Philippine soil. And that means that we can deploy the system and the services and the data on in the Philippines. However, I think the COMELEC requirement is that only the ballot box is going to be stored here, but either way, we're going to deploy it on local zones of the AWS. This is our best practice. We do that also in Canada. We do that also in the US. We do that also in Europe. It's going to be in the Philippines. Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
So our best practice, typically what we do everywhere in the world, we deploy. This is why we are working with AWS so closely. We deploy a system on local zones. So our election in Canada is being served from AWS local zone, and also it's going to be also this way in the Philippines. Voter information, the voters' information, even though it's coming from abroad, is going to be maintained on Philippine soil. And the ballot box is also going to be maintained on Philippine soil. It's not going to leave the country. And this is COMELEC requirement and also our best practices.
Question. Can we use one unit for a multiple voters or one device?
Yeah, we actually showed that today on Eduardo computer.
Example, cell phone.
Yeah, so we showed today that on the same computer, everybody voted.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. So we have well, first of all, the same laptop or the same mobile can be used for different voters. The way you do that, you just logged out, and someone else can log in. So as long as you get the link and you press it, you can log in and vote. This is what we actually did today with everyone that came here. We also have, this is not a requirement at COMELEC, but we also have a kiosk mode. That means that the system is being deployed, for example, on a tablet. and this tablet can be used by a person for in-person voting. It's connected online, but you can actually, like, someone can help. You can invite someone to vote, and then the other one can vote, and then the other person can vote on a kiosk. It's an online kiosk. It's just a tablet. So we support this kind of method. Good. Just confirming. So is that answering your question?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So currently, today, you can access the URL using your device. So what we don't know is whether or not the device has enough processors and so on to guarantee the performance. Am I correct?
Yeah, so the COMELEC requirement is to provide laptops that are based on Intel i7 generation 13, which is the last generation. This is what we purchased for the bid. It's a ThinkPad. So they are really good computers. So for the entire demonstration, we use the hardware that is being requested by COMELEC. And this is how we plan this, but unless, okay.
But for voting purposes, I don't think the hardware specs will matter, right? You can vote from a phone. Yeah, for the admin, it's another matter.
Correct, correct. You're correct, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Please.
Sorry, I think I wasn't here yesterday. Can you go back to, sorry, because Attorney Gerald's car is on coding, so he has 8 p.m. So he said I can ask. What was your answer for 1.4.5.4? This is about limiting the voting depending on the IP address of the country.
1.4 point.
Limiting the voter.
5.4, limit voting depending on the IP address of the
Yeah.
country of registration.
Yeah, we showed that exactly yesterday. We use access to our website goes through Cloudflare, which provides it's a service that provides a web application firewall. And we showed yesterday that in the firewall we can configure different ways, for example, to block depending on the country. For example, maybe you say no, from North Korea you cannot vote, just to say, or from Spain, I'm from there, and you can configure that in the web application firewall, and you can also even configure specific IP addresses that you block because maybe you know that this is a bad actor.
So Cloudflare is pretty much the most common and used by government also application firewall, and we also use this.
But when you log a voter's activity, you can note from which device, like what OS was the voter using, right?
Yeah,
You can log all of those.
in the system logs we receive that information, the IP address, and even the information of the browser if the browser is sending, which is the typical configuration. This gets logged. Yeah. Also, I would like to say that Cloudflare is the most common WAF, web application firewall, but also supports a lot of techniques like DDoS attack mitigation. So it's a very good provider for us because probably this kind of relation can get attacked, and it's a first measure of security when accessing our systems.
Have you had any experience with voters voting from like restricted countries like China or?
We have had voters from China, but it was not restricted in these specific elections. We have had voters that in organizations that have voters in all over the world, and it was not. We were not being requested by the client to block a specific country, so we didn't.
Huawei.
You're hacking our demo. Thank you.
Who are
So, right po, they were able to cover all the items in Annex K. So, did they answer this?
May I say something?
Do you want to say something? Okay. Before I
Yeah, before we close. So first of all, I want to thank the secretary, the technical working group, and all the distinguished guests that we have here for allowing us and being very patient with us when we showing the system and go through all the requirements. We know that this is a new domain. We know that it's a highly technical and sometimes it's taking time to explain correctly and also to understand all the complexity around it. But we hope that we manage to explain that in a clear and simple way. And of course, for us, it's just the beginning. So there are going to be a lot more talks and education around this. And hopefully we can do in the future a good job with COMELEC. So first of all, thank you for your time. I would also want to know that from our side, we view all the sections for Annex K. The way we understand it, we are complying with these sections, and so if there isn't any more questions or things that we need to clarify, so I feel that we are good from our side. And again, just thank you for your time and for your attention.
Yeah, so we would like to really send our appreciation to COMELEC to give us 2 of your days, including a Friday. So we wish you a happy weekend. But at the same time, we would also again take this opportunity to invite you in our facilities because we would like to show that we would be a very capable partner to COMELEC to make sure that the first overseas voting system can be deployed successfully. And it is very important for you to have a feel of who would be your potential partner in being able to deliver this solution. At the same time, together with Sequent, we would be a very flexible organization to help you be successful. Again, maraming salamat. I'm very surprised that breakfast, lunch, and dinner, including merienda, masarap mag-post-qual pala dito. Right? So I hope to get more opportunities for post-qualification because we're really fed well. So again, thank you very much, Secretariat, for doing that. And I hope that this is also an eye-opener because Sequent will be able to share or has been able to share their experience in online voting. So Shai, I know that you're leaving tonight, so you have a safe trip. And Eduardo, it is his first time in the Philippines, and he realized that San Miguel beer is actually a Philippine beer. So, maraming salamat sa inyo. Thank you so much po. No, thank you. TWG, maraming salamat. SBAC, thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So this concludes our activity relative to the bidder's demonstration of its online voting and counting system capabilities as part of the post-qualification process. Yeah. Thank you to the members of the Special Bids and Awards Committee, the Technical Working Group, the Secretariat, and also we would like to extend our appreciation to our observers and friends in media, and to our bidder with the lowest calculated bid, the joint venture of SMS Technologies Incorporated and Sequent Tech Inc. Thank you. Okay, just to inform everyone, so the SBAC through its technical working group is still in the process of post-qualification to determine whether the bidder with the lowest calculated bid complies with and responsive to all the legal, technical, and financial requirements and conditions specified in the bidding document. So the post-qualification process is not yet completed, just to clarify. And the TWG will have a short meeting after we adjourn. So again, thank you very much. Have a good day. Have a safe flight. So thank you very much.